of. Let's turn this thing off. And now, okay, so I think I'm gonna just continue painting this today. Hi everybody. Welcome to stream. Okay. I think I'm just gonna work on this today. I don't think I have anything special planned. I'm hoping maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll get carried away with a rant or a ramble or an art talk of some kind. Like happens most streams, but we'll see. Obviously, I can't plan for it really, but I do have some stuff with this painting though that I don't love. It's funny though. I actually do like it right now. However, when I was done streaming last time and I looked at it and I was like, there's a bunch of stuff that I should fix or change. And then I look at it again when I start streaming, like, it's pretty okay. It's not, though. There's definitely stuff that I don't like. And I'm going to try to hit those things and fix them. And they're not small things. So I don't know how it'll work. Hello, Zabel. How's it going? Lost One Alex redeemed a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. Okay. Okay. Gotta finish setting up properly. And then I will do it. Actually, I guess part of setting up is opening up the timer, setting that up, and doing all this stuff. Lost One Alex, hope you're doing well. We can start with a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. Oh, that's not good. Hold on. What if I merge all of this? Yeah, no. I mean, it's funny because I brightened this thing so much last time I started. And I don't like the other one more. I don't want to start to claim that. Because I like the idea of changing the materials. But this actually does one of the things that I don't like about the other, which is this is actually a focal point because it's the brightest, highest contrast part of the image. Whereas in this one, wait, yeah, wait, is this right? Something's not right. Hold up, let me look at something. Sorry, we're gonna go black for a second. No, that is right. Okay, in this one, this kind of fades in, and I feel like in the other one, or in this one down here is the highest contrast in some ways, and this spot almost just fades. Oh, it was okay. It was this. Okay, I knew it wasn't right. It was this. Okay, so it was this or that. Okay, there we go. I was like, this does not look right. There's no way I allowed it to look like this. Okay, I didn't. It looked like that. But anyway, same issue. I feel like there's some weird value contrast. Yeah, just all sorts of contrast, but value specifically. And also, because it's at the very top of the scene, like, I don't know. There's some issues with it, and I think I know how I can fix it, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Murdo, welcome in. Zabel says, I'm good, doing a bit of doodling. How about you? I'm doing pretty well. Played a bunch of games, woke up early, took a short nap, ate some food. Now I'm here. But first, let's do a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. So I want to make sure I close the right image. This one. Just still prepping my canvas for the day. I guess we can start a batch of thumbnails today. I don't think we have... I don't think I have any that I need to work on. Contrast, my arch nemesis. Well, for me, I don't feel like it's a hard thing to make it contrast, but for me, I changed the image so drastically as I was painting on it. It initially was this bright spot, right? You had a darker painting and a super bright spot, and that was obviously the contrasty spot, or at least it was going to be. And normally I would even push it more as I go. But in this one, because I changed the rocks to be like a bright material, because I wanted to try and play around with that, because I'm not good at it, And I should have set my, like, in hindsight, I should have approached it or either started over, or knowing that it's going to be a brighter contrast, I should have designed the image around a material that's bright, and so I can plan for shadows and shapes that kind of create that contrast in areas that I want. But I didn't do that. I kind of took a composition that I was working with, and then I changed it, and that change didn't necessarily account for the issues that I caused. So there's definitely things I don't like about it. Like, but I like the idea of potentially having a bright material in here. So I am going to play around with it today. Also, there's some weird shape stuff going on here. Why are all these rocks aligned perfectly and width-wise? I don't know. There's some weird stuff. But for now, let's do a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. It'll be a good way to warm up. And then I can inevitably forget that I have the thing on that says, time's up. Okay. Still setting things up. Don't mind me. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well today. I don't like hue saturation contrast, says Murdoch. Hue saturation. So saturation contrast. Like, vibrant and non-vibrant. I mean, it's a type of contrast. I think it's a great kind of contrast. Not as like maybe your only contrast, because if that's all you have, it's gonna I don't know. It's probably not going to be very great. But I think it's great in things like lighting, where if there's something that's in light, but you want it to really shine, like if it's backlit or something, crank up that saturation. Or just having most of your painting not saturated, and then just having a few bits of it really saturated. I don't know. I love playing with saturation contrast. I think most of the time I prefer to have it on the lower end of saturated, so like desaturated, and then you have a little punchy saturation. I don't know. I think typically I pair, and obviously I don't have to, but generally I would pair my value and my saturation contrast. So like if I have a value contrast, then I might also treat that as my saturation contrast by having the high value, the saturated part, or the low value, the saturated part, right? A lot of people will put their shadows really, really saturated, and then their lights would be also temperature contrast, but then their lights would be very bright or something. But so I think generally I pair them in one way or the other, but you don't have to. And actually, I want to play more with not pairing them. And I think that's where you see a lot of, I don't know what people call it, but there's some sort of, I'm sure people have different names because it's not super technical, but people just call it like luminosity in photos, where you have like where the light is lighting things, but sometimes the light is really saturated and sometimes it's not, but within the same image. So if you think like leaves being lit by a tree, not every leaf is going to be vibrant. But some of those leaves are going to catch light just the right way and turn super saturated. But they're still all in the light family, right? So you might have a whole, and sorry, I'm rambling real quick, but you might have a whole bunch of leaves that are all just in the lights, right? Obviously some leaves in the shadows. Right? There's a bunch of, I'm not going to draw a bunch of leaves, but you get the idea. Here's a bunch of leaves. And then you'd have some of them in just the right spots would really, really glow. Like maybe this outer rim, right? And so most of the leaves are not high contrast or high saturation, right? And then maybe this is all shadow or something, right? And so here's a tree, right? Obviously this doesn't need to be, right? So something like that, where you have both light and shadow, but you have a little bit of high saturation in that light as well. That's something that I don't do a lot of, like playing around with with saturation, but not as a separate thing. Like here, most of the tree, or maybe we even put some light here or something, right? Most of the tree is not saturated, but we have these little spots that do catch saturation. But anyway, that's a way, I think. Shape contrast with saturation contrast. Oh, separating entire shapes. See, I don't think I do that. I mean, I guess I kind of do because I have a separate shapes for light. Hey, Jackarex says art. Yes, it is art time. Okay, but anyway, let's do some painting. Let me start the timer. Start timer. Well, I just realized I don't have my proper chat open. Well, while I wait for it to load, I will be blind for just a second. Okay, let me read. Yeah, how are you, Jackarex? Hope you're doing well. Okay, so yeah, let's actually play with some saturation contrast in different ways. I do want to put most of my painting desaturated, but also I want some spots bright. Howdy, happy time zone, y'all. Happy time zone to you too, Druxzilla. Hope you're doing well. See, normally I would go like, oh, this is gonna be bright. Let's make it really saturated, which I'm okay with, right? If this were like a portal or something, right? We could have a bunch of super saturated stuff in the middle, or maybe off the side. And that's not a bad way of doing it, but that's also not the only way, right? You don't have to just have saturated light or desaturated light, or saturated shadows. But you can have some stuff, you know, if this were a window. Let's try this. Maybe if this, hope you're doing good. Yeah, I'm doing good. Hope you are too, says Druxzilla. Nice. Yeah, I'm doing well. Today's been a nice day so far. But yeah, what if we had like a window here, for example, and this entire window was desaturated? And I actually think this is kind of a fun exercise when I'm painting, to just play around with the different ways that you can see something. So here, this might be like a window, right? Being cast shadow. And you might get your blue light. But maybe there's something, I guess maybe there's something hanging down here. And then that thing is catching light in a certain way that's making this same, it's still in the light, right? We're still very much in the light family. Oh, that's green. I turned my value thing off. Right, something like this. Where you just get like these weird blues in here, but it's not, the entire shape isn't in light, right? It's just parts of it. Anyway, I don't know what this is going to be. We'll change that. I actually like the greens in here. And then maybe in the shadows are mostly saturated. Don't know what's in the shadows. Maybe something. That's good commentary right there. Maybe there's something in the shadows. Maybe in this part of the light. I mean, maybe there's green here. I don't know. This might look really funky. This might look just stupid, honestly. I might just be making this terrible. And also, I don't know what I'm drawing. Am I drawing an indoor scene or an outdoor scene? And also, I can't see my timer. Which apparently I have a minute and 34 seconds left. Which, this looks terrible. Maybe we get a saturated blue up top. Ooh, that's bad looking. This is going to be one of my worst thumbnails ever, because I'm not approaching it in a normal way. Yeah, I'm not approaching this how I normally approach things, but that's okay. Who needs to... Also, what is this? Why is it so bright? I don't know, let's make it bluer. It's a portal. Okay, we're going portal-y. Okay, I got a fixed composition. We're just gonna lean into... Oh, I hear a thing! I don't know what that is. Probably flamingo check. I'm gonna sit up straight. Okay, this is a terrible, terrible thumbnail. Don't repeat after me. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. This is the worst thing I've ever painted. Can I get a do-over? What is this? We're trying to do something here. Worst painting ever. And I'm not saying that like, oh, sad me, I'm bad artist. No, it's just a bad thumbnail. It happens. Wasn't warmed up, is what I'm gonna blame. No, I normally do these to warm up. But this one was just not ideal. What am I doing? Oh goodness me. Okay. I'm pretty unhappy with it actually, all things considered. We're just gonna turn it into a different thumbnail. Maybe here we put a big dark line of trees. Are we redeeming it? And then maybe this is not like that. Maybe we just blank it out and make these trees. And then these could be super dark underneath. I mean, it's better now, but I also just changed it completely to something completely different. You know, it happens. Also, what about some purple in here? Rather than just dark, we get some purple in the shadows. I mean, it's something. It's something. Redeemed. Saved, as they say in Bob Ross streams. Ruined and saved. I don't know, maybe it's not saved? I was trying to do something sort of... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that is. Anyway, there we go. There's something. Hello, I'll be lurking a bit, but I hope you're doing okay. Just believe. I didn't believe hard enough. That's... You know what? That's what I didn't do. That's why the painting didn't turn out the way that I want. I just didn't believe. I just have to hope harder. Actually, believing isn't the same as hoping, right? It's like... You can't choose to believe, right? But you can choose to hope. You can hope something exists, but you can't... Actually, do you actually get to choose to hope? I don't know. Maybe not. You definitely don't choose to believe, right? Yeah, you can trust... Well, that's... Again, but if you don't trust it, you can't just say, oh, I trust it. Well, no, because if you don't trust it, like, you aren't in control of that, right? Like, for example, like, learned helplessness or whatever, right? Like, if you, time and time again, you have essentially learned that and you truly believe you can't do it, you can't just be like, oh yeah, I can. Well, no, all evidence in your head points towards you can't. And so you can't just choose to, like, once you actually believe something, right? Now, hopefully you're not that convinced on anything and you're like, maybe I can do it, right? Hopefully you have some amount of uncertainty and, like, you doubt yourself a little bit to where you don't so believe something that you truly think you can't. That's pretty sad. I don't know. I'm never that certain on anything in my life. I'm like, even stuff that I'm like 99% sure that I do know, I'm like, there's always that part of me that's like double, triple checking, and still I'm not very certain. I'm like, did I actually do... I'm like that person... Well, okay, actually I don't do this, but that person will just like check 100 times if something is turned off because there's a chance that, like, you missed it. Always a skeptic. Well, I mean, a little bit. It's just, I don't know. Maybe, I mean, sure, on some things, but I think it's more that, like, I know I can make mistakes. I know my memories aren't like a recording, right? They're like a weird... I don't know, they're like a weird game of telephone, right? And so just because you remember something and you can see it in your head vividly or whatever, or you remember it quote unquote like yesterday, right? That doesn't mean that what you remember is accurate, right? That even though to you it feels accurate, I'm fully aware that your memories are not infallible, and or you could know something to be true about the world and just have been wrong, just like you learned it as a kid and it was wrong then and people didn't know it and you still believe it today and now it's known to be wrong. Like, it could just be like I don't know. I think there are definitely times though, like when I am painting, if I think I know something, like if I think something is like, oh, this should be lighter or darker to make it, and it'll look better in my opinion if I do that, I don't second guess it, I just go for it. But like, it also only affects me and I don't care about being wrong in that case, so I don't mind being wrong. But I think the second other people are involved, that's where I, like, once other people are involved, I do start like, oh, I'll walk back I might say something as a strong statement, like, this is this case. And I'm like, well, actually, maybe it's not. In second thought, you know what? I take it back. I could be wrong, right? It kind of that sort of thing. And it happened today in a Discord server where somebody said something, and I looked at the situation, and I'm like, oh, I'm pretty sure I know what's happening. And then I stated it. I'm like, actually, am I even right? Like, maybe I am. I still think I am, but like, am I enough to actually type it out and hit enter? I don't know. And so I started with like a strongish statement, and I'm like, are you sure this isn't the way it is? And actually, maybe not, maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know where I'm rambling about, or what I'm rambling about, but hope everyone's doing well today. And yeah, I think in art, though, you do need a certain amount of confidence, because you do have to keep moving forward to some degree. Because, like, if you get stuck on a single line, or you're trying to draw a shape and you can't draw that shape, like, at some point, you do just go with it and, okay, sure, your lines are a little wavered, and they're not perfectly straight, and their perspective's a little off, but, like, that's okay, right? That's something that actually I have also learned in art isn't a bad thing. Like, and I think that's another part of it in art, that you learn that those imperfections can actually be interesting. If you've ever seen people paint who have like a jitter in their hand, or like people, I've seen, what's his name? The dude. Did AI hurt your art? I mean, I wouldn't really call it me calling myself having an art business. I mean, it's hurt it in the sense that I've spent too much time thinking about AI, and I think, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you would call my business. I don't make most of my money from art. I think, yeah, I would say commissions have gone down a little bit. I think so. Yeah, for sure. But again, commissions aren't really like the thing that I strive for, but sure, yeah, commissions have gone down. So in that sense, probably, yeah. But I think the biggest way for me, I mean, copyright stuff aside, because there's always like that impending doom of like, you make something and others will profit off of it and you can't do anything about it. Whereas before, you felt like you had a little bit more control because copyright was pretty clear, like if you're doing it for this, and then AI comes along and basically just says, oh, well, away with all that copyright stuff, right? We can just take it and use it how we want, and you can't stop us. And that's kind of a slap in the face. So I think it hurts on sort of a like existential level. But I think also, I don't know what I mean, I kind of consider myself someone who communicates about art to people who oftentimes don't have a ton of art experience. So some sort of a teacher, not like a traditional, I'm not a teacher in the traditional sense, but if you think of me as any sort of teacher, I think AI absolutely has hurt sort of both students and the public in some sense of like how they view art or what they think is happening. I I definitely think, like, I mean, and not even about painting, right? Just AI, like, generative AI in general. Like, I do not envy students right now in college who every single one of their classmates are probably using ChatGPT to some degree. I don't envy teachers who, like, you actually have students who don't know the material but are managing to pass, which, again, you always had a little bit of that, but not to the degree you have now. You definitely have, like, a lack of literacy and lack of understanding where people just aren't, they're doing a thing that makes it look good enough and they kind of get by. And I think with yeah, exactly, right. Vafin, kind of what you said, right? You said you're not interested in painting anymore. You feel bad for artists nowadays. This path seems hopeless and well, that's the thing, right? I don't think it is. And also, I enjoy learning for learning's sake. Like, I enjoy, right? Like, same way I might enjoy getting better at, I enjoy challenging myself in video games, where I might do the hard mode. Why? Am I trying to get a job? Am I trying to be a professional gamer? No. But I enjoy playing hard mode in games because that learning process is fun. I also really enjoy learning how images work, how your brain works in terms of how it sort of looks at things and interprets the world. There's a lot of really interesting both science and art in that, and I think, and the skill ceiling is super high in art, and I like learning those skills. So whether or not I am a professional in sort of, like, is it my main source of income, I still think it's a worthwhile thing to do. So I definitely think it's, like, art is still worth learning, and also, it's, if you think of it as a language, people who are using AI to write a nice sentence don't know the language that you're speaking. Like, there's a difference between using Google Translate to get by in, say, a foreign country, and actually knowing the language. There is an obvious difference between those two, right? Like, maybe the outcome is the same, you can navigate the world, but there is a difference in understanding the language, right? If you look at something, you can just understand it. It's not the same as, are you capable of eventually learning what it says, but, like, it. So I think there's a big difference in understanding how and why art works and how you can make art versus someone typing in a prompt and getting an image up. Like, there's a big difference. So anyway, I know you guys know that. So yeah, but I think what you said is the thing. When you say, did it hurt my art business? If I am in the business of communicating to people who do not do art, or communicating to amateur artists, that, what you just said, is the thing that is hurting it. It's the people's feeling that, what's the point, right? It's me trying to, I feel like I have to, and not have to, but I feel like I want to in some way defend the pursuit of just learning skills for the sake of knowing skills. Like, it's a good thing to learn, and I feel like suddenly you have to defend it. Whereas a few years ago, people might have said things along the line, oh, I couldn't learn it. But now it's like, well, what's the point? Even if I could learn it, why learn it, right? So I feel like we've moved down that path of it, at one point it was sort of artists trying to say, hey, people can learn art. Art's a skill. Anyone can learn. And now it's like, I don't need to learn it. I don't want to learn it. And it's like, that's sad. And if you think of your business as talking to students, then yeah, there's probably less people who are as committed to learning or feel as strongly about it, because you get a lot of people whose opinions are very on the fence. And I think that's really sad. It's also hard to communicate to the public who maybe are not artists about sort of what it is artists are doing, when in their mind they're like, look, I'm an artist. I made an image on ChatGPT, right? Therefore, I made art. And it's like, well, there's an understanding difference. Like, you aren't actually, it'd be like saying you wrote your story when you didn't obviously write it. No, that's someone else's story, right? It might be a nice story, right? I'm not gonna debate whether or not I think it can be good, but it's not yours. Like, it's not, like, I'm not saying that you're not the author, which you wouldn't be, but it's not your story. It's not about your experience, right? Like if you tell an AI about yourself and then it tells me about you, I will have no way of knowing if it is or isn't about you. Only you'll know that. Only you'll know how accurate it actually is. But to you, you'd probably be like, this isn't a story about me. It's about someone else. It's not my story. It's somebody's, and it sounds nice. It might even be adventurous and exciting. But I want to make my art. Right? I want to make art that is from me and based on the choices that I made. And I think AI has made it so a lot of people don't even know what choices they could have made. That's the part that really sort of gets me a little bit, and it copyright stuff aside, I think that's the part that I'm most sort of connected to, which is the communication side of things. It's sort of like if you have a bunch of students insisting that they know math because they can get an A on a test in math, and you're like, well, you don't actually understand the math, you're just asking ChatGPT. Well, what's the difference, they might say. It's like, anyone who knows how to do math could tell you what the difference between getting the answer on a test and actually understanding the math. Like, there's a big difference between understanding. Or again, if you view art as communication, wanting to say something and being able to say it versus having someone else say it for you. Right? It's true that you can have a translator next to you all the time, but that's not the same. And I think for art, especially, I don't know, for art, I like that. I like the it's a skill of, I don't know. So yeah, it's definitely taken like but it hasn't all been bad. Like, I don't think it's all bad, because in some ways it's made me sort of grapple with some of these questions that are a little philosophical, I guess, like, why do art at all, right? I've had to answer that question, because if the answer is there is no reason to do art, then I would stop, right? I mean, again, obviously I find enjoyment from it, and that's a reason enough, right? So, yeah, I do find value from art. Also, what am I doing? I was gonna paint on this. Sorry, I got distracted. But yeah, like, I think, and also anytime you want to push a field, right? Say you want to do storytelling, but you want to push it somewhere new. I don't think, like, I mean, not even I think, I would even say I know, but again, I always like to leave that room of doubt. But it's just hard for me to, in every other industry, art and art, you actually have to understand something to make a breakthrough in it, right? Like, you have to, you can't be experimenting on the sort of the frontier of, say, math without understanding the math that you're experimenting with. Like, technically, you could write something down that looks like it does something, but, like, if you don't actually understand it, you can't really make choices. What if I swap this thing out for this thing? You can't do that if you don't understand what those things are that you're right? And I think the same is true in art. There's a difference between saying, like, tell me a story about my life and having it tell a story, and really trying to, like, milk that story for all it's worth, and getting just the right points made at just the right time, and just the right emphasis, and in just the right mood, and connecting with the audience in this exact way that you want. Like, that sort of level of nuance, you can't push those concepts unless you understand art. And AI is not going to do it for you, because unless you can art direct it on essentially on a pixel by pixel level, at that point you're just making the art yourself. Like, if you can't art direct on that level, which you can't, because I don't know how that would make sense, but maybe it's possible. But then I just don't see it. So yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a sort of a thorn in my, it's like an annoyance in my head to just even have to think about it. But I don't know, I'm pretty content with me and where I'm at and AI and all that. But my biggest concern is in some ways for others, I think, because you do run across people who struggle with this, and obviously the copyright issue is sort of a thing that's not really settled in my head, but I mean, if anything, it's more of just like, what's the word, inshitification of everything, and you just see it happening around you and like, wow, the world's becoming worse, things are becoming stupider and not as enjoyable to use, and there's nothing I can do about that, right? That sort of the hopelessness is probably the biggest impact it's had in some ways. But as far as art making goes, I don't think there's any reason not to make art, because I don't think the stuff the AI is doing is, again, we're not talking about quality, right? We're talking about all the things non-quality, pretty much. I mean, quality included, I suppose, on the highest level, but especially if you're talking to a beginner, we're not talking about quality, right? Because obviously a beginner artist is not making quality art either. And so in their head, AI is going to be competing with them for quality. But I don't think that's true. I don't think it's doing the same thing. I mean, there's definitely an overlap, right? Like, I'm trying to think of an analogy here. Maybe like speaking a language or reading a language fluently and translating into another language or something. Like, maybe there is an overlap between translation and just talking. But like, there's different skills there, right? And yes, both of them might involve some language, and the outcome sounds like you speaking words fluently. But they're different skills, and I think there's a lot of difference that sort of falls by the wayside when people think about it, especially if you're a beginner. You don't really... It's like, I think a lot of people assume they're the same when they're not. And it's hard to sort of decouple them. I think it's hard anyway. And I think you have to do that if you're trying to make someone care about something enough to actually learn it. Like, I mean, I remember back in school thinking like, oh, this math stuff is really useless. Actually, that's not true. I didn't think about it with math. I thought that with history, probably. Thinking this history stuff sure is useless. I'll never need it in my life. Why will I care about the date at which something or something else happened? And I think if you believe that, if that's your take on it, it's going to be really hard to convince that student to care, right? If they just don't care, how are they going to learn? They're not going to learn as much as a student who thinks it's the most important thing in the world, right? I think, and it shouldn't... I mean, I would wish it would be apparent why those things are important. But I think with art, especially in the day and age of AI, I do think there has to be a little bit of convincing almost. Maybe not convincing, maybe demonstrating. Maybe I just need some better examples that make the point. Also, I'm trying to just play around with some contrast here to sort of fix some of the issues that I was thinking of earlier about the lack of contrast at my focal point. Josh says, I think the technical image crafting ability is only a small part of what makes good art. Yeah. I mean, I think... So, I mostly come at art from a design point of view. And so when I think of good design, it's blatantly clear to me that AI is not designing anything, right? It is just... It is like... I mean, AI is much close... I mean, again, there is an analogy to what AI is doing, what humans do, and I think the analogy is pretty much goes as far as like back in, I don't know, a couple years ago, I did a DeviantArt contest. They run these contests on DeviantArt sometimes, and the challenge was something like the world inside my mind or something really vague. And about, I don't know if I'm kind of probably, I might be exaggerating, but I'm going to try to dial, I was going to say 80%, but let's say 70% of people had basically the same image. Now, that to me is just like, they didn't do it, there was no design process, they just thought of something and they made the thing that was in their head. And everybody happened to think of the same thing because the words were, you know, you said a word and then they thought of the same response, right? And then they just put it out there. To me, that's like, I think that's what sort of an amateur illustrator might do when they don't understand the designing of the image, right? There was no idea elaboration. They didn't build on their own ideas. They didn't investigate things further. I mean, and funny enough, one of the things that, yeah, no, so I think when you have a bunch of people kind of just doing the first thing that comes to their mind, that's sort of, I think, what you kind of, it's sort of an analogy to what you could imagine AI doing. There's no design process. They don't understand what good or bad design is. It's just like, here's a thing, right? They're not pushing certain elements of it to make it land a certain particular way or to tell a story in a very particular way, not just any old way, right? Like, if you... I'm trying to think of an example, but if you just said the most... I'm trying to think of a really basic thing, like, you know, a boy ran up a hill after a dog, right? I think most people would probably have an idea in their head, just sort of that first image of like, okay, you have a hill, and you have a dog. I don't know how dogs look. Right? A dog, and then you have a boy running up a hill. This is totally how people look. Apparently he's flailing after the dog. So boys running up a hill after a dog. Great. That's not, like, there's no design there, really. There's just, like, what is the... Like, I didn't ask any questions, right? I just did what you said, right? Or I did what I said. I said a phrase, and I drew the phrase. But I didn't say, like, why is the boy running up the hill? Right? I didn't ask questions like, why is the dog running away? Where are they running to? Or from what? Right? Is there something back here chasing them? Maybe there's something out here. Maybe, you know, the person in the barn house rang the bell, and these people are running across the field, up the hill, over the woods or whatever, to get to their, you know, because it's lunchtime. The dinner bell's ringing or whatever. We don't know, but like those types of questions. And then you say, okay, well, let's say they're late. They forgot an important, you know, they forgot how late it was, and now they hear the dinner bell, and there's sort of an impending dread, and suddenly they have this, there's a mood there, and we're building on the idea, right? And you're telling a story, and you're saying, well, who is this person? Why are they, you know, and as you dig deeper, it becomes something that you made it, right? It's not just I don't know, it becomes more than just, oh, a boy and a dog's running up a hill. And I think that sort of, that inquiry where you're challenging your ideas and assumptions, and you are asking questions, and maybe you're doing research. What time period when did dinner bells exist, and what might these people be wearing, right? And maybe there's research you're doing. Maybe there's invention of something. Anyway, the point I'm making is, I don't think AI is doing that. I don't think it's asking questions and actually trying to build on the answer. And if it doesn't know it, right, it's not innovating on it. It's not going and doing research to find out an answer and to make it new, right? It's not building on existing knowledge. It's just taking what you do and it's doing what you tell it to, kind of. And it's not even doing it in a way that pushes boundaries. It's doing it just in the most generic way possible, right? It's going to be like the 70% of people who all just immediately think of a word when I say a phrase. You think of a response, right? It'd be like, yeah, it's not, there's no critical thinking. It's just, and so I think, anyway, that was a very long-winded way to say it's not doing what you're doing, right? It's not doing the same thing. Does it come out with an image? Yes. Does the image have a certain amount of polish and niceness to it? Sure. But they're different, and you typically can feel it if you know what the goal was, right? I think in some ways it's elaborating on a goal, right? Where if someone says, draw a boy and a dog running up a hill, that's not my goal, right? It might have been the stated goal, but I'm going to elaborate, right? I'm going to say, like, why are they doing this? And what is the actual purpose of them running, and what mood do I want to convey? So, which is going to determine probably the composition, the color palette, the camera angle, everything. Everything is going to be affected by my digging deeper into what do I actually want from that, right? AI is not doing any soul searching when you tell it to do something. And that's the part where you, in art anyway, where you learn, right? You learn about things because maybe you had to do research, you had to look at references. And obviously you're learning, right? With every painting that I do, I'm getting better. With every painting an AI does, it's the same. It's the same model. It's not it's not understanding better, really. It's not understanding anything. And I like the learning. Again, same reason I might try to challenge myself in video games. What am I doing here? Okay, go back. Right, I'm not doing it because I want to be a pro, although it would be pretty cool to get paid to play video games. But I'm doing it because I genuinely enjoy that pursuit of knowledge and learning about stuff and building up my skills. And also there's a communication thing. I enjoy the messaging. So yeah, no, I guess to me, AI is just a big... It's almost like a big red herring, kind of. Like, don't get me wrong, there's very real issues with it. But I think the issues that stress me out the most, funny enough, are the non-issues. The issues that people make an issue, they pretend it's an issue, and it's not. It's just, it's more frustrating because it more falls in the category of, like, misinformation to me. And it feels like you're fighting an uphill battle when everybody is telling you one thing and you're like, no, that's not how that works. And they're like, oh, but it is, or something. You know, it's just, it's exhausting, I guess, is the word. I don't know. I mean, I've kind of experienced that before. I remember the first time I told people I was doing digital art, they pretty much thought I was just pressing a button in Photoshop. So they basically thought, like 20 years ago, that I was essentially doing what AI is doing. Like, oh, so it just does it for you? Like, oh, the computer makes the art for you. So what do you actually do? It's like, no, I'm drawing it. But you're drawing it in a program, so it's doing it. It's like, no, I'm doing it. But I'm doing it digitally, right? I still need to know the skills. And I remember having those sort of weird conversations with people where it's like, I can't even talk about painting to them because I have to spend all this time trying to explain to them what digital painting even is, right? Like, I don't want to have to spend all of my time explaining to you what it is so that we can talk about it. You know what illustration and art is. It's that. And they're like, I don't get it. Can you explain it? I'm like, oh my God. Like, it's just frustrating when the entire world seems to think that a nice image is the same as a designed image. Like, yes, they both can look nice, but one had a very specific goal, and it challenged those goals, and it built on it, and it designed and understood, and it delivered, and then the other one just gave you something that looks kind of cool. And to say that these are the same, I just feel like I have to spend all my time trying to explain it. And if I don't, it's just frustrating to leave that, like, it's like walking away, constantly having to walk away from a discussion with someone who just isn't ever going to get your point. And it's like, I would love to try and get through to you, but I can't. I just can't be bothered, so I'm going to have to walk away. And it's like at every corner on the internet, there are people spewing this sentiment that it's the same. And you're like, it's not the same. And I can't explain it to you because it's exhausting. And I don't like walking away from it because I'm leaving all this stuff unsaid. And so it's, yeah, I think that's the thing for me that I get most frustrated with the whole AI stuff, is that it feels like it's just an exhausting uphill sort of battle of like misinformation and communication. Yeah, I think that's the hardest. And it sucks because I don't know if maybe it's because I'm in the US. Also, thanks for it says time's up. 5-minute thumbnail, go quick. All right, I'll do a sketch. But I don't know if this is because I'm in the US, but there's a lot of that same sentiment around like science and medicine and sort of trusting experts and the people who know best. If a scientist says, hey, we have models and we have things that show that this is it, causing cancer, causing some major health crisis, and then the general public is like, nah, what do they know? They didn't only dedicate half their life to learning about this thing. It's like, can we just get back to a time where when an entire industry says this thing isn't helping us or this thing is harming us, can we listen to the people who actually are in that industry? Like, if teachers are saying this is not good for the students, can we listen to the teachers? Or, like, if the scientists are saying that this is not good for something, like, I don't know, it's just annoying to, like, not listen to the people who actually know about the thing they're talking about. Like, why are we listening to a random billionaire about what is gonna be good for a certain industry when they have no experience in the industry? I don't care if it's medical or whatever. Maybe AI will make some great breakthroughs in certain industries. Maybe it's making great breakthroughs in medicine or in programming or whatever. But I'm not the one to decide whether or not it's going to change that field. You can make the thing, make the tech, go for it. But if an entire industry says this is bad and we don't want it, and also, like, this is harming us, then, like, can lawmakers and people listen to that? Like, there's, I don't know. I just want to get back to a time where people will listen to the people who are actually in the field and not random people. And I'm not saying that I'm the person to be listening to when it comes to art, but I can tell you about my experience with art and art making. I don't know. It's just exhausting, I think. Or not even, I think. It is exhausting. And I'm not even, like, always in a position where I feel like and maybe it's just my personality where I feel like I have to, I'm like that person on the internet. If someone says something wrong, I feel this compulsion to, like, correct them. I'm like, no, I'm like over here twitching of, like, oh, you're getting it wrong. And I know I feel like I have to comment, but I don't want to. And, like, I hope somebody does. And it's like, when you see it over and over and over, and I don't know. It's just, yeah. Definitely had that problem explaining digital painting before. Yeah, it's, yeah. Nowadays, I feel like I haven't even thought about that, really, because it's just not an issue. Now it's just trying to explain why it's not what AI is doing, and how AI isn't doing the same thing. Which is funny. Again, I don't want to rant too much about AI because I know it's just a tired topic and it annoys people. But I've never really, I don't actually know what the discourse around AI writing is, but I feel it would be pretty clear to most people that if they had an idea they wanted to write about, not for money, just an actual story they wanted to tell, that asking an AI to write a story for them is not the same as, like, them writing their story. It might be a well-written story, right? Again, I'm not going to argue whether or not it's quality or not, but it's very obviously not the story they wanted to write, right? And in the way they wanted to write it, and has the nuance and care and attention to detail and, you know, being able to dig into the different characters' lives and really build them out, design them, and make these characters come to life. Obviously, it's not doing that, right? It's not your story. So I don't know why people seem to think with art it's any different. It's weird, because I don't feel like people struggle with that concept. Maybe they do. Okay, 5-minute thumbnail. Let's go. Let's do a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. But yeah, I appreciate people coming to my rant, my ramble. I'm more rambly today than I was last stream. Last stream it was more on the art topic, but I do like talking about sort of the somewhat philosophical sides of art making, which is really just the design side in some ways, and challenging your assumptions and building on stuff and learning and all that. Let's go. But yeah, and also just like the motivation of students who are getting into a thing. I think it's a valid thing to think about, but it can also be exhausting to even listen to, probably. So we should probably change topics. What am I doing here? Maybe we start with... Oh, not that. This is not a sky. It is a branch. I have an idea. I want to make some of these shapes. Overlap. I'm just drawing the contours because I don't know how else to do it. Character here. Very graphical shapes. I like the blue. Blue's fun. It reminds me of Scott Robertson. Scott Robertson does shape carving? I didn't know that. I always associate Scott Robertson with the line and perspective stuff. But yeah, no, it's probably similar. Yeah, it is very much shape carving. Let's go a bit more blue-green. But yeah, I mixed it up. Oh, Scott Flanders. Okay. I was gonna say Ned Flanders. No, that's Simpsons character. Ned Flanders. Scott Flanders, yeah. Heidi ho, neighbor. Alright. Putting some, maybe some, I don't know, pink. Pink in here. Hello, Sarah, how's it going? Okay, 5-minute sketch. Not too shabby. It almost looks like blood. I don't want it to look like blood. I want it to be like a, I don't know, some sort of something. Apparently it looks like blood. I don't want it to look like blood. Here, we'll make it look like grass by putting little grassy parts. Anyway, Sarah, how are you? What's going on, Blob fam? Yeah, what's up, Blobbies? How's it going? For those who don't know, we have decided that we are the Blobs. We do blobbing. We paint with blobs. That's how the sketching process works. Starting with blobs. Also, let's do a little bit of a vignette. I know we're supposed to be done here with this painting because it was the 5-minute thumbnail time is up. But yeah, Sarah, it's going well. Hope you're doing well also. A little bit of a vignette. Bringing our eye into the scene. Just a wee bit. Just grabbed a falafel hero. I always want to say gyro. Pretty sure that's how you say hero, right? I don't know why, but I mean, I do know why, because it's spelled like gyro. But my brain always says gyro. And I'm like, I always have to do a double take. Okay. We're adding some of that texture brush. Anyway. So yeah, there's a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. Hero. Hero. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was hero with an H. Okay, I didn't know then. I learned. Today I learned. How does does everyone agree with Sarah that Sarah is correct in how she's saying that? Because I think you probably are. Hero. Okay. Hero. How do other people say that word? Because I feel like that's gonna be one of, especially if you're American, you're gonna say it funny. I just know Americans are really bad with words like that because we don't know how to say stuff and then we make it our own. Anyway. Gyros. Okay, but you're still saying the E sound, not gyros or gyros, right? So it's still like, okay. So you're still kind of saying it the same way. You're just changing the first sound of the first letter, more or less. Well, it's just not knowing. There are actually phonetic barriers between languages. True, true. That's true. But also, Americans do like to take a thing and then they say it confidently, and then you say it so much that it becomes that thing, and then they will tell the other countries that they're wrong, and it's like, hold up. You took it from us and butchered it, and then now you're telling us... I don't know. I do feel like there is sort of an American... When it comes to some language, there's sort of like a weird American superiority vibe of like... I don't know. I just assume that Americans more or less mangle everything when it comes to language. Which, again, I'm sure I say stuff the mangled way because that's just how I learned it. Like you said, there's an ignorance thing, just not knowing something. But... And I also realize that that's kind of how language works. That's the only way I'd give advice on how you... No, I think you're right, though. I think the way you said it sounds more close to what's probably right than whatever I said. But yeah. I wouldn't correct anyone else's English, just yours. Thank you. See, I wouldn't even try to tell another American that they're saying it wrong because I feel like at that point, it's just Americans telling other Americans how wrong their version is, which is probably all pretty wrong. But okay, good to know. Hero with a Y. Not just yours, LOL. Just anyone with an American accent. Gotcha. Also, I didn't correct you. You asked. No, I know I asked you. I know. I was rereading your comment in the tone that I imagined. Well, I didn't actually imagine you saying it in that way, but I just thought it would be a funny way to think about it. No. I'm just correcting your English. No one else's. I just thought it was amusing to think of it that way. What's poppin'? Just tapped in. Chapster. What's good? We just went on a ramble about AI. So that happened, and also, what is poppin'? I don't know. We're working on this painting again. It's the second day. We're working on this again. FAI man. Yeah. Agreed. But it wasn't really it was more nuanced than that, because I like to randomly go into things. Whoa, we got a lot of raiders, and my raid call didn't play for some reason because my Streamlabs is clearly not working. Void Brush with the big raid. How's it going, dude? How goes it? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we are painting stuff. Taking a fistful of eyeballs. I don't know what that means, but you know what? I'm here for it. Do you want to share what you were doing, Void Brush? If you guys don't know Void Brush is great. I go consume something before I pass out. All right, go consume stuff. But first, allow us to consume your art. So art tax is required. That emote from Sarah. Yep. But yes, we demand the art. Anyone popping in? Hello, my name is Joe. I paint stuff, mostly environments. We're just kind of carving stuff and going with the flow and doodling here. Making shapes. Carving up shapes. Literally carving stone. Not literally. We're painting. We're not literally carving stone. But we are painting stones that we are now then carving. Which is fun. It's fun to sort of add this, just take a shape and start poking holes in it by making it darker or lighter. So I do want more contrast around here. So that's kind of something that I brought to my attention at the start of stream, about how I actually want this to be the focal point, rather than us looking down here. So I shouldn't spend too much time on there until I get this stuff looking right. Okay, Voidbrush says, have a blue sky link. Perfect. Too hungry to fiddle with screenshots. It's all good. What's the end goal with this piece? Is it going to be the background of a game? Nope. It is just a painting. Actually, that's not true. It's not just a painting. Hold up. Okay. I'll elaborate on this in a second. But first, let's look at Voidbrush's art. This is the last thing they posted. They were working on this on stream a while back. It's amazing. If you guys don't know Voidbrush, go follow him. He's super good at rendering, super good at designing, just really good at art in general, and has quite the good vibe on his stream. But yeah, look at this art. Voidbrush is great. Does a lot of creepy characters. Is this a repost? No, this is your art. Okay, just making sure it wasn't a retweet. But yeah, Voidbrush does a lot of great stuff, and also some very wonky things, like very strange characters and creatures and stuff. But yeah, does really good art. Super high polish. He likes his big canvases and small details. Anyway, great stuff. Voidbrush is amazing. Go follow him. And Voidbrush, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. But yeah, okay, so about what I'm doing. So no, this isn't really for anything in particular, but it kind of is. So I have this... I don't know what we want to call it. Also, did I just screen share or not? But anyway, so let's see. What am I doing? So I have been painting a bunch of random environments, and as I paint them, I sort of add them to a little world map. So for example, I have one of the first ones I did of this was just a random environment, right? Random environment, nothing fancy. But then I added it to the world map as like a little icon, kind of, right? Little symbol for that. And basically, as I've been building up a world, kind of. by doing a bunch of random paintings and then putting them on there. But it also, I'm making the paintings relate to each other a little bit, so as I build up this world, it becomes, there's maybe a bit of a story, bit of lore, sort of building up over time. So this spot on the world map has become this little icon down here, which, you know, we've added this pink mist, and then that pink mist over the ocean. Now there's going to be another place, which I have yet to add to the map, this sort of pink misty shores. And so over time, I'm sort of adding to this world map, building it out, and it is becoming a thing. So, and this is going to be another environment in that, some sort of ruins place on our map. Maybe it'll sit over here somewhere. How do the islands float? Magic is the answer. The glowy energy magic makes them float, and the reds and the purples and stuff is kind of like the bad, dangerous, volatile, destructive magic. It rips things apart, makes them float, does unpredictable stuff. Maybe each color has a certain trait and quality. Maybe not. Haven't really got to that yet. But then there's also like, but half the world's also in light and dark, and so like there's the dark stuff, the dark side of the planet because it's tidally locked, and we have some like this glowy forest thing. So a lot of like glowy magic stuff of different colors, and some of the glowy magic is like makes life flourish. Another glowy magic kind of destroys things and makes it not flourish, like this. But also maybe there is ways to use the magic in sort of like transmutation kind of thing. Like if you take the magic and do weird stuff to it and change it, you can, bad stuff can happen or good stuff can happen. And so it can be used, you know, part of it's going to be how you use it, but also maybe there's some innate qualities to this magic. But anyway, it's a world. We're populating it. We're drawing different stuff from cities to forests, to random things and different stuff in between. And yeah, we have a bunch of locations, and this is going to be one. Just kind of doodling and developing it and building it up as we go. It's just a way to sort of tile our paintings together. So I'm more or less painting whatever I want, getting a little bit more specific, I guess, with each painting. But as I work on it, I'm kind of trying to fit in elements of the last painting that I made to kind of tie them all together. So you sort of have like a, you know, this one might have influenced choices made in that one, which will influence choices in this, which influence choices made over here, which might influence a choice on this painting. And over time, you kind of have this thing build up. I don't really know where it's going to go, but it's a way to sort of fit them all together. But mostly I'm still just painting what I want. And painting environments, talking about painting environments. I ramble a lot about and answer questions about what I'm doing and how I do it, or a lot of times people who are interested in painting environments haven't done environments before, and I'm always happy to ramble about my experiences or whatever. Like right now, I'm trying to add a little bit of contrast around these focal point areas, because I think it would make it look better. How do you come up with this idea? A lot of it's just starting with some sort of initial starting condition. I mean, kind of like I was saying with this. Sometimes it's you're basing it loosely on something, but sometimes it's just like I want to start with. Gosh, how do I word this? I think, generally speaking, there's some starting thing. The starting thing could be something concrete, or it could be something really vague. It could just be a color, right? In the most vague sense, right? It might just be a color. Oh, but you said this specific one. I think my starting conditions for this painting were I knew I wanted to paint something in light, because I knew I wanted to put something over here. And so I said it's going to be bright and sunny and bright. I knew it was going to be bright. I knew it was going to be sunny. And I think I also wanted to paint some rocks. And I also wanted to paint some ruins, because I had just painted a bunch of ruins. And I thought, let's add sort of like a grassy ruin kind of spot. You know, we had our desert ruin. We had our jungle ruin. Let's add, you know, kind of had some ocean ruins sort of over here. But let's add some like foresty, plainsy, rocky ruins. And so that's kind of was my starting thing. Oh, you mean the planet idea, putting them all on different places? Oh, that was just how did that start? I think somebody asked me one day if I had ever sketched a planet, and I said maybe, and then I started drawing a sphere, and I added some shading to the sphere, and I just started doodling a planet. I'm like, this kind of looks like a world map. And I thought, okay, what if we... And I think I had just done this painting, this one, and I thought, what if we just made a little desert with a little symbol that kind of vaguely looks like this? So I plopped that in the middle of the desert over here. And I thought, you know what, that kind of looks like this thing. And I thought, well, what if I added other paintings in here? What if I went through all of my old paintings and added them? And then I kind of started doing that, and I'm like, that's not going to work. A lot of my old paintings make no sense. There's no connectivity. So what if I just started from here on, with each painting, I start to make it fit a place on the map. And so I initially drew some just random... I mean, all this water and stuff was just done randomly, more or less. But then as I started... Yeah, it just kind of started. And then from here, like, I'm leaving it very open so I can erase all this and I can redraw the rivers and stuff. Because until I add something on the map and do a design for it, nothing is set in stone. So if I want to make this be glowing purple crystals in the down here, an entire continent of glowing crystals, I could do that, right? There's nothing really saying that I can't. My only condition, I have one sort of stipulation for myself, which is whatever I put in here needs to, at least I need to find a way in my head that it makes sense with the other stuff. So if I decide that there's floating rocks here that are red, or whatever, or if there's a purple mist here, and then I draw another spot here that has no mist, I need to have some way in my head that that is justified. How does something exist here that is not in the mist when everything else around is misty? I need to be able to justify why something here is in the shade and in the dark when this whole spot is supposed to be in light, right? And if I can come up with an idea, oh, the magic is creating something, or there's these monuments that do a certain thing or whatever, then that becomes sort of canon, right? Or canonical. That becomes part of my established world. And as long as I can justify my choices based on my previous choices, which is going to mean it's going to get very specific, and at some point, as I'm filling in the spaces between here and here, I'm not just going to be able to do whatever I want, right? It's going to be very... So it forces me to sort of build up incrementally and add to it. Instead of just painting random crap, it sort of will add it up to it over time. So that's kind of how I came up with that. And this one, I'm sort of treating it like a new biome, right? A lot of these starting paintings are very much... here, let me open this. Let me open it back up, because I just closed it. So a lot of these starting paintings are basically like separate biomes, where they're more or less disconnected. This is pretty much just me wanting to paint floating ruins, and so I actually painted the floating ruins first, and I'm like, okay, well, let's put some floating ruins in there, and then we add some glowy magic, because our other scenes had glowy magic in it, and I knew once I wanted to paint floating ruins, that glowy magic stuff, well, okay, maybe the glowy magic is why it's floating, right? There's some sort of energy in the rocks, and it's making it float. Great. We sort of have something. And yeah, and that was basically that. And so, like, this next painting doesn't have to relate directly to this, but because it's kind of its own biome. But once I start doing things like mixing and matching, if I put a town that's halfway between this biome and that biome, suddenly I might take elements from this one, and I might take elements from this one, and I kind of combine them together. It's really, really simple. It's not supposed to like look like a masterpiece. Everything in here can be repainted. None of this stuff is set in stone. It's all kind of a big work in progress. But it's fun because it allows me to kind of just come up with stuff and add it and make it up as I go. It's kind of like building with... I mean, I know I said biomes, and I've played quite a bit of Minecraft, but it's kind of like building in Minecraft, right? If you want to make your builds work together, if you make them far enough away, you can pretty much do anything, right? But once they start getting kind of close to each other, you kind of have to like integrate them together, and maybe you take some elements or you use some of the same blocks and shapes and colors, and you sort of start making them work together, right? So that's kind of how I'm doing it. At the start, I'm just kind of putting them far away enough that they're like your own civilizations, your own cultures, your own design aesthetics. And then later, as you kind of bring them together, you start mixing and matching, and you're a little bit more specific in what you have to do. So that's kind of how I'm doing it. Yeah, exactly. I can add random stuff, but still within a framework. Yeah, it's fun. Stepped up from designing biomes. No, I'm still doing the biomes. A planet just consists of lots of biomes. I mean, they're not I'm not literally designing biomes. I'm just thinking of them as that way, because if you think of like a snowy mountain and a desert, what's the overlap? Well, there isn't a lot, right? They're just different. They're different places. They're far enough away, but there is going to be an edge, right? Where that snowy mountain eventually meets the desert. That's the part where the design starts like mixing, right? And that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm still sort of in the early stages. I've done very little of that mixing stage. I think this is the... Oh, not that. This painting is probably the closest to that, where I kind of have like a shoreline, but I've incorporated the sort of the pink mist from this area. And I decided that the pink mist was there because when I was painting it, I had like a little valley or a canyon, and I put the pink mist in, and I thought, oh, well, look at this. It's going out over the water. What if I paint a shoreline? And so that's kind of what I'm going to do. And I'll eventually add it to the map. Right now it's not here. But that's kind of me mixing sort of this coastline with another painting that I've already done. It's sort of I've added this pink mist to it. And again, it's really generic right now, right? But I have some of the ruins of the shapes, similar shapes that I have in this other painting. So yeah, it's super simple. There is no goal really other than just keep moving forward and let it be built. Again, kind of like a Minecraft world where you don't always have an end goal in mind. You're just building cool stuff and seeing where it goes, and maybe there's some themes involved. But beyond that, who knows what you'll do with it? Maybe one day it'll turn into a video game. Maybe one day it will... I would like if maybe one day it turned into like an interactive map where it's online and you can click a spot. I don't know how to do this because my programming skills are non-existent. But, you know, if I could put this online and you click this area and it takes you to a painting that maybe has a little blurb about it, and maybe I write something about this environment. Or maybe you want to click over here and you click on this thing and it takes you to this and it tells you about something. There's some lore or something. I don't know, it'd be kind of a fun way to just showcase a bunch of paintings. So yeah. And it also gives me a nice sort of, I don't know if platform's the right word, but a nice sort of backdrop, I suppose, to people asking questions about painting and environments and all that stuff. So I'm always happy to talk about painting environments. It's very open-ended, but also sometimes it's going to be more specific, right? Some paintings are going to be, I know exactly what it needs to be. Like, here, I have way too many open. I can't even tab through. Like this one, I pretty much knew exactly what this was going to be. I knew it was going to be a rocky coastline with some ruins on it, and maybe there's some hints of floating islands in the back, and this sort of pink fog coming over. So like I knew for sure what this was going to be. But this painting, when I started this, I had no idea what this was going to be, right? And so each painting kind of gives me an opportunity to talk through a different way of working, right? Not every painting is going to have concrete goals in mind. Some do, some don't. And yeah, it's a hell of a portfolio project. See, I'm not even thinking of that, to be honest. I'm just doodling and having fun. It's my content for Twitch. It's my Twitch content. Aching off Twitch. Of Twitch. Acking of Twitch. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Okay, let's add a little bit of contrast in here. Maybe some deep red. Orangey red. Don't know if that's going to look good, but we're just going to go for it. believe. Ooh, I kind of like that reddish color here. Don't know what these shapes are. But see, this is where, like, as I'm working, like, okay, well, what is this? Is this some sort of monument? And the more I can design... Oh, and I have another rule. I'm not allowed to write for stuff that unless I actually put it... Like, I can't... How do I word this? I need to show in some part... Until I actually show it in a painting, it's not technically real. Like, it's not canon until I've made it. I'm not allowed to, like, go off and write 20 pages of world building and be like, oh, just trust me, bro, this is how it is, right? Maybe there will be some stuff bouncing around in my head, but I need to get it on there because that's gonna force me, because otherwise I could just spend forever just thinking about all these cool things that I never actually do. And part of the reason that I like this sort of project is because it's actually allowing me to change it and build it as I go. And I think when I start putting too many constraints on it and I start making it too specific, that's when I start losing interest, right? If it's like, oh, sorry, I can't actually paint what I want because I have to adhere to my 20-page document that outlines all this stuff. Well, no, that's going to kill the joy for me. If there's something that I think's cool, well, I can go and paint it, right? Let me be inspired by that. If I want to write that 20-page document, that means there's 20 plus paintings to do or whatever. I don't know why I assume a page is a painting. But, you know, that's kind of my goal, is just not to kill the joy for me. Because a lot of times, I've started projects in the past, and I've just sort of lost interest. I'm like, oh, there's too much to do. I even a project like a calendar project, where I have 12 paintings, each season is going to get a painting, and you get to a point where you're like, I have to do a snowy environment, because I need to paint a winter scene. I don't want to paint a winter scene right now. What if I want to paint something else? And at some point, you're like, I have to do it in 12 months, or else I have to get it done by the end of the year, or else I'm never going to have a calendar. And it's like, that became a lot. I don't want it to feel like I'm commissioning myself. I want it to feel like I'm just painting stuff, kind of. Are we painting a thing or writing a book? Yeah. I mean, look, I don't mind backstory, and I think backstory is useful. And I do have some sort of in my head that helps build out the world and create sort of guidelines. But it doesn't need to actually appear in the painting in that way. It's more, for example, knowing that half the world is going to be in day, half the world is in light, right? That's a pretty simple sort of stipulation, or whatever you want to call it, right? That's a requirement. But that doesn't really change how I do anything. That just means if I'm going to paint a night scene, it needs to exist over here. But that can still be a forest. I could do a forest at night. I could do a desert at night, right? I can paint anything over here. It's not really changing stuff, but it might affect things in sort of how they navigate. If I'm painting a city over here in the night, maybe that affects the design of the city, right? So even though I haven't designed the cities yet, I can certainly start thinking about, what if you only existed at night, right? Your entire city is in perpetual darkness. What do you use for lights? Don't have the sun, the trees and the foliage don't have photosynthesis, right? So they look a little different. Maybe, and we've already established some glowing magic, so maybe they have these magical lanterns that we use from this magic we've already established. And so it kind of forces me to design around that a little bit. And so even though there's, that sort of, it's not stated explicitly, right? It just happens to be that I know that about my world, so when I design a place, that I will design around that. So there are some things that are sort of like unwritten or whatever, or they're sort of rules I have, and I'm fine with building up rules over time, but that still sort of bears out in the stuff that I'm making, right? Like, I'm not gonna forget that half the world is in light, half the world's in dark, because I've already started designing around that. And so yeah, I just don't want to spend more time on giving myself constraints than actually just painting. Good ideas can... Philip Brandt. Also, hi. I don't know why I didn't say hi earlier. You said good ideas can come from anywhere, essentially, right? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would even argue, yes. I mean, I maybe necessary that they come from... I don't think good ideas just pop into existence typically, right? I think most of the time they start kind of okay-ish or like mediocre or maybe even sucky, and then you change. And this is sort of was the answer, or it was sort of the question that I started to answer that wasn't actually asked, but now I can talk about it. Like, how do I typically start a painting? Well, that's where I just think I need some starting condition. It could be something stupid, right? The starting condition could be the most dumb thing ever. But the second I start putting it on the page and I realize how stupid it is, well, that's where I'm going to change it, right? And then suddenly I'll start changing it, and then I'll turn it into something less stupid. And then over time, it becomes something maybe pretty good, right? So it doesn't need... It could be like, what if I had... Or maybe maybe I think it's stupid, but it's not. So like, what if I did a bright green water? Okay, well, water's not bright green. Let's pretend it was. Okay, great. Let's make some water, right? We'll put some water here, make it bright green. And then I might say, okay, well, is it just like just bright green? Or maybe it looks a little toxic. Okay, let's lean into the toxic stuff, right? Maybe we put some colors around it that make it feel a little more toxic, some weird grayish browns and weird yellowy colors. Maybe we can get it kind of looking toxic here. Okay, well, then there's also stuff like needing a foreground or a back, maybe a sky color. Well, if it's toxic and it's not good to breathe, maybe there's like a haze. But also maybe it's a little grayish and dismal looking, right? And so maybe we put some weird colors in there, like a strange yellow, just weird color that's like a weird hazy color, right? That might make it feel toxic. Now we're talking about mood, and we're building the sky to fit the mood. Maybe we want a foreground, so I'm going to put some foreground in here. This is just general foreground, midground, background stuff. And maybe as we start painting, it reminds me of, I don't know, maybe like those sulfur vents in Yellowstone or something. And then we can get some references if we need. Or maybe, what else could be toxic? Maybe we design something or think about what's here. Actually, let's add more yellow. Maybe I want some light and shadow. I'm gonna add some bright. And so sometimes I just start like this, where it's like, I literally just started with, let's paint green water. And oh, the water doesn't really look green anymore. Let's make the water green. Little puddles. And maybe this stuff is less green. More green puddles back here. And suddenly it's like, okay, we're starting to get somewhere that maybe is starting to be interesting. And then maybe there's, I don't know, if we wanted to go down a design route, maybe there's some towns, or maybe there's something that's in here that's polluting it. So maybe there's a big canister of something. Maybe we're going to go sci-fi. I don't normally go this route, but... Or maybe not sci-fi. Yeah, maybe sci-fi. Maybe there's like a big canister of something that's sort of spilled into here, and it's leaking out this green mist or ooze, and there's a crack in here or something. I don't know. But anyway, the point I'm making is suddenly you might have a story and someone's like, well, how did you come up with such a... I'm not saying this is a cool idea, but, how did you come up with an idea? Well, it's like, I just started somewhere stupid and slowly pushed it into something not stupid, hopefully. I think it's very similar how Void Brush works a lot of times. Obviously, if you're doing, like obviously if you're given if you're doing work that's very, what do you call it? Very specific, and you're working for someone and someone's paying you. Obviously, you might be doing something very specific, but a lot of times for personal work, you're just building on existing stuff and your own existing stuff, and you're going down sort of a train of thought that leads you somewhere cool, and eventually it's like, wow, that's a really cool idea. How did you come up with it? Well, it's like, I don't know, just followed that sort of train of thought. It wasn't, I don't know. You just start like going, you veer off the path kind of, and you start exploring, and you see that if there's something cool, you pursue it, and if it's not cool, you stop pursuing it. Finally, some good stuff, says Free Hugs. Why is Twitch obsessed with furry garbage? I mean, I'm not gonna say, look, I'm not into furry stuff, but I think if people want to like something, it doesn't make it garbage. I don't know. I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, I'm not, it's not for me, but I think it's kind of cool that there's a space where people can make art, the kind of art that they want to make, even if I don't like it. So I'm not going to hate on furry art, but yeah, no, I also like that there's, there's a few of us out here doing environments. Lots of character art, a lot of character art on Twitch, but yeah. But glad you're here. Glad you found something that is more in line with what you're looking for. I mostly paint environments and ramble about art stuff. Hope you enjoy your stay. Sure, garbage was harsh, but Jesus, 9 out of 10 drawings are furries. I didn't know that. To be honest, I don't actually look through the browse section that often. But well, that just tells me it's more popular than I thought it was, I guess. What do I want to do here? I'm trying to think. I think we need more of a focal point. Maybe we cast a shadow on here. I don't know. I feel like I don't mind seeing... Like, how do I word this? I feel like seeing art doesn't bother me. I don't really care what it is. Obviously, engaging in a community is different, and I typically don't engage in communities of art that I have no interest in. So, like, I feel like it's easy enough for me to avoid those communities if I want to. But they definitely have, yeah, they definitely have a character lean, for sure. I will say, though, while I don't have any, I don't know, association or interest in furry art, I will say, I think for a lot of people, especially a lot of artists anyway, and maybe I'm totally just speculating, or I am speculating and I don't know. But I do think character design's interesting, and I also think creature design is interesting. And I think for a lot of people, it's sort of, you're just designing your own characters, and they happen to be like part animal characters is a thing that most people have probably, if you've ever done character designs, probably have done animal characters, which I guess technically is furry art. And I think if you're a beginner artist, you oftentimes are in communities with other beginners, and sort of all the art kind of looks that same, and there's a lot of furry art out there, so it tends to kind of look similar. I don't know. I kind of get it, and I don't really have any issue with it at all, but it definitely is popular, and I don't know. I actually like, though, that there's people designing stuff as opposed... I don't know, like, I like the design side of art. Obviously, doing figure drawing and character art and portraits are great. But there is something kind of nice about communities of people who are actually designing characters that are, I want to say unique, but obviously with any design, you're going to have like the stuff that's slightly less, not very innovative. But yeah, I don't know. I don't mind it. I don't really consume that kind of art, and I don't look at it, but if it crosses my path, I don't know. I guess in some ways it's like hearing my next door neighbor's children's laughing all the time and just like being really loud. But like, it's kind of I don't know, like I don't like it, but I'm also happy that they are enjoying themselves, and it's like the sounds of people doing a thing that they like, and I think that's cool. And that's kind of how I view furry art. Like, look, there's a bunch of people doing things that they enjoy. It might be kind of annoying to me immediately, like the children laughing that are very loud and disruptive to stream, but it's not, right? Like, it's, I don't know, it's kind of a good thing. I don't know, that's how I view it. I try to view it as a good thing, even though I may not personally like it. Oh yeah, there's a lot of really skilled artists in the furry communities. For sure. So yeah, I guess to me it's one of those things where like I don't know. I may not engage with it, but I'm glad they exist. And I feel like Twitch art would be slightly less interesting if everybody did art that I liked. I don't know. I think that's true of the world. Sorry if this got kind of philosophical all of a sudden, but like, wouldn't that be a boring world if everybody only did the stuff that you liked, and there was no sort of things to experiment and I don't know. Like, my interests aren't so varied that like my interests are pretty narrow actually, and so I wouldn't want the world to be only stuff I like. In some ways, that would be boring. Um, Walks dog into a shelter. What's up, my furry community? uh, Free Hug says, I don't know. It looks like they all almost draw the exact same character. Yeah, so there's definitely a style. But I think, again, this is true, I think, just in art in general, where, like, a lot of people learn from the same people, and when you're a community that's niche, it's even more so that you're learning from the same people. And a lot of, again, it's sort of like with people who draw what they call OCs, which is in some ways just character design, but when you are talking about OCs, there's definitely a lean towards amateur character designers or people who are kind of new to it. And yeah, they're gonna look similar and they look amateur and they right, like, of course amateur art's gonna look amateur. And amateur insulated art is gonna look even more so. And I don't think that's bad. I think that's normal. It's sort of like everybody who starts drawing because of anime. Yeah, their art all looks the same at the start because they're all inspired by the same stuff. And eventually, as they learn and grow and sort of, I don't know what the phrase is, find their voice or whatever, right? Or sort of figure out more of how art works and how to communicate different looks and explore different stuff, then their art grows and it changes and it becomes their own thing and they start doing their own stories that are more nuanced. And I don't know, that's just like how art works, right? So yeah, I don't mind it. Also, I just, something happened and I missed it. Hydrate. Thanks, Skittle. Hello, happy Thursday. Hey, Streameagle, how are you? But yeah, I guess I just try not to put down other artists who are doing a thing that I really enjoy, which is art. Even if they're not doing the kind of art that I like. Because I feel like, especially on Twitch, I don't know. I feel like getting more people into art is always a good thing, even if they're making art that I don't care for. Joe, you want to see some of my really old character drawings? I still look back at them and giggle. Yes, I'd love to. I would love to see, Sarah. We actually just last stream, we went through, I think it was last stream, I went through some of my super old art, some of the first stuff I ever did, or ever posted, I should say. And it was kind of fun to do that. But yeah, what do I want to do here? I'm trying to just sort of, I don't really know what I'm doing, to be honest. I guess I'm trying to add some contrast to this, add some shapes that maybe make things stick out a little bit. Add a little bit of contrast around these shapes. It's hard to add contrast in the background here though, because the background typically you don't want it super dark, but you still can make it more contrasty. Maybe there's some fun shapes in here. But yeah, I think that's also something that I see with streaming as well a little bit, where there's a lot of streamers doing stuff that I don't really care for, but like I just won't go there. But I think streaming's awesome, and I think people finding communities of other people who they can connect with and relate to is awesome. And yeah, I'm just really, I don't know. I like it. I like that sort of whole ecosystem. Obviously, there are once you start harming other people and you're actively doing things that are hurting people or yourself or whatever, then obviously that goes out the window, right? And we're not talking about actual harmful streamers who promote really bad things. And obviously there's going to be disagreement in what is a bad thing, but I don't think furry art qualifies any more than drawing, superheroes or army soldier characters or whatever. Burgundy. Oh, pick a color for thumbnail. Perfect. Let's do a little sketch. Burgundy. I don't know what burgundy is. Do you want to pick with a hex picker? I don't actually know quite what burgundy is. I feel like I could guess. Isn't burgundy just like a dark red? But what's the difference between burgundy and crimson? Is burgundy more like purple, pink? So like a dark pinky purple is burgundy? And then crimson would be like that? So like that's burgundy? I don't actually know. My brain says this is burgundy, but I have no idea. Pinkish red. Is it dark though? It's sort of dark, right? It's like this. 50% dark. Oh. Is that burgundy? Burgundy is burger. I don't think it's burger color. Actually, it kind of is burger colored, isn't it? Burger is kind of burgundy. It's actually funny. Sort of. No, it's darker. Okay. Hold on. Your call? I mean, you're the one picking the color. I just don't know what it is, so I'm having you help coach me. Alright. I don't know colors by their names. I'm just like, it's like a pinkish, darkish, reddish color. It's like wine colored. Oh, true. There's burgundy wine. Okay. Save. Thanks. I will save. Okay. Yeah, we can do a painting with this. All right, let's start. We'll do a painting. We're going to start with this color. So yeah, this is one of those things where like, how do I know what we're going to paint? And I don't know, right? But I'm going to start here, and then I'm going to lean into some art stuff, which is like, okay, if this is an environment, and also just a painting, typically we want... Also, this is quite warm in my mind. This feels warm. Actually, it kind of feels cool. It could be cool or warm, right? Maybe we make it cool, and maybe we make a warm, saturated color that will be like a sunlight or something. Or desaturated, I should say, because this is very saturated. So maybe we want a warm, desaturated color. Or we could have like a cool, desaturated color, like that, right? I don't think it really matters, but we pick one, and maybe we pick this. Maybe like a greenish color. You put an example on Discord? Okay, let me take a look. I want to see what this Sarah's beginning character work looks like. I love this stuff. I love seeing old work. It's just so fun. And yes, it can be a little cringy to share it and post it, but... sketches and work in progress. You're looking through some drawings that you did comic assignment. I did for a comic assignment in college. Crazy how time flies. See, some of these are pretty good. Can I share this on screen? I'm going to share on screen. So some of these are pretty good. Like, I think this character, I think you have like the good gesture stuff going on. I think that's pretty good. Some of them, the dog's a little funky, I think. Maybe? I don't know. These, okay, I can kind, but it's funny. I can still see like you're still trying to play with stuff, like poses and sort of you have some stuff going on. But they definitely have a look to them, right? Which is like a step above. I mean, you're certainly better than like total amateur, right? I mean, the rendering's not bad. I feel like this is pretty good, all things considered. I feel like you did a good job. This one's good. Yeah, this one's good. I like these. I appreciate the render. I think you did a really good job on that. Some of these, I don't know. Like, I don't think they're bad. Yeah, I think they're good. I mean, it's very clearly it was design, right? You weren't trying to do an illustration here. Like, it's very clear that these are all copy-pasted, more or less the same, same pose, just slight recolors, slight redesigns, slightly different hair shapes and stuff. I don't know. I like it, but yeah, no, it does look. You can tell that you've grown so much since then. Yeah. Okay. Back to our burgundy painting. The style has a personal touch. Yeah, I guess maybe. I mean, doesn't all art that you make have a personal touch? Which is no, yeah, you're right. You're right. It does. I'm sorry. I don't want to nitpick everything you say. I realize you're the same. You're the one who got me started on the furry discussion. I don't want to jump on that also. But no, we could definitely go down like a style talk here, where like obviously the way that you know how to draw things is going to influence how you draw them, and so there's always going to be like your part of you seeps through in that way, like your knowledge, your preferences and all that. But yeah. But for this, let's think. What if I do... So what do we want for the burgundy stuff? Part of what we could do is have a burgundy color, something that's burgundy colored. You like to deconstruct a lot. I do. Yeah, I mean, I think in art also, yeah, I do, for sure. I don't know if I'm not sure if I've ever heard that word used, maybe in that way. Yeah. I think that's a good way to describe. Well, I think in art it's really helpful because a lot of times people's sort of initial ideas, like, what is a warm color? Well, deconstructing that is how you build on that knowledge of your knowledge of when people say paint with warms and cools. Well, it's not literally blues are always cool and yellows are always warm, because this is a cool color in relation to this yellow, and yet this is a yellow. It's literally in the hue of yellow, and yet it looks cool. And so, yeah, I do think I do a lot of sort of deconstructing, kind of, where someone will say something, and I'm like, is that true? Like, under what circumstances is that true? And yeah, I don't know. I think for me, it's helped me in some ways learn art. I guess it's sort of how I learn art, because there's a lot of challenging your sort of preconceptions and trying to view things from different ways, or thinking about things in different ways. So yeah, for sure. And I think there's also a lot of like giving the benefit of the doubt sometimes in that stuff too, where if someone says something like, you hear stories of people talking, like students who are only drawing anime, and their teacher's like, don't draw anime, right? And then you'll hear this sort of the story being told of this teacher told me that anime is trash, and it's like, maybe, and like, it's possible you just had an awful teacher, but like they probably were trying to get you to learn something, and maybe there is a good lesson to be learned in like learning multiple things and trying stuff that even if you don't really want to draw in anime style, maybe it's worth learning how to do that. Or maybe it's worth learning how to draw realistic, even if you have no intention of drawing realism. There's sort of, and by sort of deconstructing these sort of ideas, you're like, oh, well, obviously it's good to branch out and learn lots of stuff. And so at some point it becomes pretty apparent that like maybe these people had a point. Maybe they worded it wrong or whatever, but so yeah, I think a lot of stuff like that where sometimes you hear advice that's kind of heavy-handed and not said very well, but then you kind of, I don't know, there's always a takeaway, I guess. Life, art, life. Something like that. What am I doing here? What am I drawing? Does this look burgundy? Not really. Woo Twin Namaste. Okay, cringy popsicle, that might be your cringiest opening yet. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing good. So let's make some burgundy crystals. How's it going? Looks burger for now. It is burger-ish color. Doing great. That's good. Yeah, talk about cringy. No, yeah, I'm glad you're doing well. No, I'm doing good. My day's going good. I don't know what I'm painting. We were given the color palette of burgundy, which honestly might pivot from burgundy to something else here. Sometimes I do that, where I'm just taking a random color. No, we will try to maintain some of that burgundy color. Right now I'm just playing around with the color palette a little bit. Ooh, I like that. That reddish color. Totally fine by me. Yeah, we'll see where it goes. I will try to keep some of it. Trying to think about composition a little bit. But it's just a deep pinkish red. Maybe we do some sort of structure with all these little crystals, and maybe some of the crystals are more burgundy than others. In fact, we could kind of fan them out here and do some interesting shapes. I don't know. And then maybe we have a bunch of bluish, pink, grayish stuff, so like these rocks can be very grayish, bluish. Because a lot of times rocks grow out of, or not rocks, the crystals will sort of grow out. I don't know, do they literally grow? I guess they kind of do. They'll sort of grow out of like a different kind of rock, so you'll have these crystals sticking out. Maybe some of them are catching some of that light as they stick up, but then down in the bottom they're less light. So yeah, we have all these little crystal things sticking out. Maybe I'll go in different ways. So I'm trying to outline the... Now I'm trying to do some like shape design stuff for the crystals, thinking about the shapes. Maybe some small ones, maybe some medium ones. Small, medium, large kind of vibes. Gotta go, thanks for the chat. Till next time, take care. Thanks for popping in. Good conversation, by the way. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. And you saying the stuff that got us started on the conversation, because I think good conversations are good, and I appreciate it. Yeah, no, it's yeah, I'm kind of liking this already. It's very, I mean, it's not very original, like in the sense that I don't feel like I'm doing anything that I haven't done before. That's okay. We don't need to be totally new. Okay, now I want to try something. I want to grab a color dodge again and sort of just light these up at the top. this is a little much, and I realize that. Kind of looks like a hedgehog. Some sort of weird creature thing. I don't know what this is, but it's kind of nice. Maybe this could be a little more yellowy in here. This is like the rock. I don't know. That yellowy color is not looking good. Orangey, maybe something like that. Anyway, there's something here. We could definitely work on this and decide, you know, turn this into something. We will try to still have some of these burgundy colors. Maybe some more in the foreground. Or something. Yeah, not the most original painting, but hey, it's kind of cool. I like it. There's something cool here. We could definitely build on it a bit. Maybe there's a path up here. I do like my paths. Like paths going around things. And here we can tone down these shapes. The path continues over here. Little bit of a area in the middle, kind of blocking it off, so you have like this little lost and found thing. Maybe some smaller crystals up here. Yeah, I don't know. Something like that's kind of fun. Maybe some of these have some red glow to them. Burgundy glow. We should probably change the color a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I like it. Not bad. Probably done better stuff, but I think this is a good enough to call for a thumbnail. I don't know what that speckly brush is. Maybe bring in some of that. Yeah, it's kind of fun. It's something. Okay, we'll save that. We're gonna move back to this. This is a creature. It kind of looked like it did kind of look like a creature. For sure. Definitely had creature vibes. That's also what I like about this way of painting a little bit, where... Oh, flamingo check, thanks. So a lot of times when I'm painting something, right, I'm obviously going to take it in a direction that I think is cool. So if you saw this and like, oh, it looks like a creature, you could start turning it into a creature, give it a midsection. This could be like a tortoise, right? You start designing this. I'm on the wrong layer. Hold on. Right, you could start designing this as a tortoise, and there's some sort of shell here. There's a head. Right? I don't know how tortoises work. But there's the head of the tortoise. This could be a creature, right? And so now suddenly you have a creature design of a creature. So yeah, anyway. But that's the thing, right? So a lot of it's gonna be where you decide that it goes. And based on what you enjoy, if you like creature design, or if you want to push it into an environment or something, and a lot of times you just end up pushing it into stuff that you're interested in, and so that sort of process is, for me, it ends up consistent. Right? Yeah. like for me it ends up like stuff, my art might look consistent because I'm the one making the choices consistently, right? And so I end up in sort of a spot that looks like my art just because I have my sort of my preferences and inclinations and my skill in art and my taste when it comes to just how I set up a painting. And I think that's the thing, and I ranted about this a little bit earlier, and I'm going to lose a lot of people here, probably, but I ranted against AI for that reason. And that's the thing that gives me the most headache, is sort of trying to make that point, right? Trying to make the point that, to a non-artist, right? To like a random tech bro or something. Trying to make the point that like, what they're doing is not the same necessarily what I'm doing. Right? It's that sort of pulling apart. Where do I want to take this? What am I actually doing? Why am I doing it? It's those sorts of questions that get you somewhere that you didn't start with a good idea, right? It's not all about just starting with a good idea. A lot of times it's slowly building into an idea that all the pieces fit together, where sort of the world, I mean, in the case of like this little personal project, right? The world kind of comes together and all the stuff fits together, not because I had some grand conception of an idea all at once. That's not how ideas typically work. So this idea that like, oh, you just need a good idea and then you paint it. I push back on that. And I know a lot of you probably came from Voidbrush's stream, and I think, I obviously can't speak for him, but having seen him paint, he doesn't work that way either. He doesn't just have an idea and paint it in full. It's not some vision in his mind's eye that he just sees perfectly and then he just a matter of tediously rendering it. He's making choices as he's rendering, right? He's making choices as he's designing. He's constantly making choices and building and expanding and turning it into something even better. That's kind of what I'm doing. Or at least that's what I'd like to think I'm doing. So yeah. But that's a whole nother rant. But it's definitely a little bit of a... It gives me a little bit of a headache to have to sort of fight against that idea on some level. Because, like, I don't think there's anything wrong. Because, like, on one hand, I am much, much, much better now than I used to be at painting what's, quote-unquote, in my head. Right? I think that's a valiant goal. Or an admirable goal, right? It's a good goal to have, I think, for an artist. But I think people have it backwards a little bit. Like, I think you end up... You train your mind to be able to envision things that work on a 2D page. Like, I don't think you just see something in your head and paint it as it is, because that's not going to necessarily tell the story that you want it to tell, or that's not going to be clear. Right? Most people, most non-artists, and even artists probably, when you imagine something, right, you have context, you have backstory, you have history, you have emotion, right? You have all of those things sort of in your head that don't necessarily translate visually, right? So I think someone who becomes good at imagining something and painting it is someone who is imagining all the context and the stuff that you need to actually like paint it. So you're basically just a better painter. And so, yes, the things that I imagine, maybe they would work on the page only because I've learned what would work on the page, right? So it's, yeah, anyway, it's sort of influenced. So I think a lot of times people have it a little bit backwards. Okay, what am I doing here? Let's paint... Hold on, I gotta pause something. For some reason, my stream was on my other screen, and it was weird seeing me lag behind what I was doing. I agree with that, but I like to set a framework or limitation for myself not to get lost in the sauce. True. I mean, I think it's fine to have set goals for yourself, but I think... I don't know. Like, I remember listening to certain illustrators talk, And they're like, oh yeah, I don't even thumbnail anymore because I just see the thing in my head and I paint it. But it's like, yeah, but you also know what sort of compositions work. You understand storytelling in a visual way so that when you imagine something, it works. It didn't always work that way. You had to go through that process of training yourself to think and communicate visually before you can start putting on the page what you thought. Because like it happened the other way, right? First you have to learn how to think visually. Like nobody, yeah, anyway. I just, so yeah, that's a thing I could ramble about. What am I painting though? What am I trying to do? I do like this shape. There's sort of this stair-steppy shape, which is neat. I don't want to make it too high contrast. But I think we can make it a little bit contrasty. And maybe we can even put some darker shapes in here. I don't know, we can try. Let's make a new layer and try it. But yeah, no, it's true. You can definitely get sort of lost in the sauce if you're just going with the flow and you don't have any goals or ambitions or anything and you're just painting. And I think at some point, right, you want to dabble in all of it. You want to dabble in the designing stuff where you do have sort of you have a clear objective. Not necessarily a visual objective, right? But you have design goals. And then you also want to start without a plan, and then you also want to start with maybe trying to paint exactly what's in your head and learn why that isn't going to work very well. You want to do all of it, right? And the more that you do, the better you'll get at sort of learning how to do it well. Okay, these are trees. We've decided that this is the scale. These are little trees. Yeah, I mean, I think all of it are all skills that a good sort of, let's say, illustrator will do, right? An illustrator has a certain amount of design skills. They have to both design maybe the characters in their painting, maybe, depending on what you're doing. Right, if you're like interpreting a book or something, you're probably going to have to do some design to put that on the page graphically or visually. But also there's going to be design in things like composition and storytelling and sort of how do you design your painting. And so, yeah, you're going to have to know how to both start with a clear objective and also not really know what your objective is and figure it out along the way. And like, yeah, you're going to have to learn all those skills. And I think they're all useful. So I don't think there's like a certain one way to work. Like on stream, I certainly enjoy just sort of going with the flow and not knowing where I'm going to end up. But sometimes you have to, right? You definitely need to know how... Like, part of being a good artist, at least to me, is being able to be consistent. And so if someone says, I want something, this thing, or that thing, that you can deliver. And if you can't, then are you really a good artist? I don't know. Like, it has to be a skill. It can't just be dumb luck. Like, oh, look at me, I got lucky. I made something cool once. This is like very Bob Ross painting here. Little happy trees, just sprinkling them in. I don't like painting every tree. Normally I would do like a big mushy forest. But here we're kind of doing them as like little details. I like the way you think. I think I told you that already. Maybe you did. I know some people have said that. But I appreciate it. You know, I think I've been told that I overthink, but I don't really know if that's true. Because I don't think that I overthink in the negative way. Like, I don't get hung up on choices, and I don't have sort of decision paralysis because I'm so overwhelmed by stuff. I actually find the kind of thinking that I'm doing helps me make choices. Because there's always a way to pivot to a way of thinking that makes it easier. Like, for example, you could, not that I advise this, but you could sort of take the nihilistic approach. I'm like, oh, well, it doesn't matter in the end anyway, so let's just move forward, right? I'm not saying do that. Overthinking is paralyzing. Yeah, but I think being able to pivot your perspective, right? Taking a different, it's not so much overthinking, but it's, if one way of thinking isn't helpful, change your way of thinking, right? And you're actively trying to find the helpful way of thinking. And I think in art, a lot of times when we get stuck, it's not because the problem is difficult. It might be, but it could be. It might also be because we're approaching it wrong. It's just not the right problem. We're trying to solve a different problem. And I mean, I think you can see this all the time with fairly beginner artists, where someone, I mean, almost every time anyone ever has said in art, help me fix my colors, it's almost always a value, right? Not always, but like a lot of times the clarity is it's not clear, not because the colors aren't right, but because the values aren't right, or because some other form of contrast isn't right. It's typically not because the colors are inherently wrong, right? Or if it is, then you're defining colors in a way that include values, and I guess then your colors are wrong, but that's not... Like, again, that's also a different way of thinking about colors, which is a shift in your perspective. So I think there's a lot of stuff like that, where the issue someone has with their art is just because they're approaching it in a weird way. Where they're prioritizing a detail over the big shapes, or they're prioritizing a certain aspect of the art that no one's going to pay attention to. And it's just not that important. But in their head it is, because they decided. So I do think a lot of art is learning how to think. Learning how to prioritize what is important visually, and how to communicate visually in a way that... Yeah, anyway, all that. A fast-paced, multifaceted thought process. Do I though? Do I? I don't think I'm fast-paced. Maybe I am. I think I'm bad at communicating sometimes, so I just like change direction mid-thought, because it's me, kind of like with painting, right? Where I'm sort of correcting what I'm doing when I'm doing it. I've talked about, there's a way of painting which is sort of analogous to what I was talking about. Where, like, for example, if you said, I'm going to paint a house, and you were like, all right, let's start with the roof, and you make a roof. And you might say, okay, well, this is wrong. Houses don't typically have circular roofs. Their roofs are triangular, so you fix it, right? So you edit what you're doing in real time. You're like, all right, let's make it more triangular. That's more triangular, right? And you're like, well, also, what is this awning? Like, you could make a circular house, right? But, like, I didn't want it circular. I wanted it a triangle, like I just said. So let's make it more triangular. Well, this doesn't look like a house either. Houses need some walls, right? They need a... Well, okay, you can't just have walls. You have to have some sort of base. Maybe a foundation, because you learn about how to build houses. And okay, well, let's make it three-dimensional. Okay, we'll add some three-dimension to it, right? Oh, gotta keep that foundation in there. Oh, they need some windows. Okay, here's a window. Oh, again, the wrong window shape. Let's make them more square. So let's make some square windows. And there's sort of an editing process, and I think I do a bit of that when I talk, where I start in one path, and I'm like, that's not the right way to say it, and so I change it. I'm like, I'll constantly be editing the thing that I'm doing as I'm doing it, because, like, I sort of just meander my way to my goal. I don't know where I'm ending up. I just start, and then I make sure that I get there. I think the way that I talk is very similar to that. Where I kind of have a point. I knew I was going to draw a house when I said it. When I first said, let's paint the roof of a house, and I made a circle. I knew I was going to end up in a house. But I didn't exactly know. And I think that's how a lot of people talk. I don't think I'm unique in that, but I'm just very aware of it. I'm very aware that I don't always know the exact words I'm going to use, and I'm pretty confident that I can string them together to make something coherent, but not always. Anyway, let's add some little trees here. These trees can be bigger. But no, I've never thought of myself as a quick thinker. I have always thought of myself as like I need to marinate. I need to sit in a thing, like in a video game, right? I'm the type of person, I'm not the person who picks up a game and masters it quickly. I'm gonna suck for a long time. But I am the person who will sink way more time into it, and I will sit in that video game for a ludicrous amount of time until I learn every nook and cranny, and I keep on exploring, and I keep pushing and pushing and pushing until I've become pretty okay at it. Like, I'm not gonna say I've mastered it, but I'll get pretty good. And then someone's like, wow, you got really good at this game in such a short time. It's like, yeah, I've also completely devoted my life to it for a short period of time, right? It's I marinate in ideas and in the thing, and I enjoy it. I think it, as long as it's benefiting me in some way, I don't mind it. But I never really thought of myself as a quick thinker, but more of like, maybe not even a deep thinker. I don't even know what you'd call it. An all-consuming marinator. I don't know, I just... Yeah, I mean, I think art's similar, right? There's definitely a period of time where everything I do is art. I watch art stuff, I talk to art people, I think about art. Even when I'm not painting, I think about it. I'll learn about art, even when I'm not painting. So I don't feel like I'm always having to do the thing, right? Some people will talk about, like, you know, sort of that grind set thing. A bit of, maybe obsessive, but to me it's more interesting. I mean, it's not obsessive. Yeah, it's not obsessive in a bad way. It's obsessive in a, this is an interest of mine. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm more that. Because, like, I don't think that you have to do a lot of art to get good. Not necessarily. But to me, it's always been more about the thought process. So it's not even that I'm painting every day and obsessing in sort of a, like, do the thing over and over. I'm just thinking about it. I'm thinking about strategies and different ways, different approaches, and how might I try something different that might give me different results. And what if I did that instead of that? And so next time I do the activity, I have this whole sort of mental list of things I could do, right? I have different ways of approaching. I mean, I last stream, for example, we talked about lighting, right? And I talked about, somebody asked about how do you get better at lighting or something, and I sort of somehow I ended up in a ramble about different ways of lighting and how there isn't one way of lighting, right? You could have a camera with a high exposure to the light or a low exposure, right? You could be underexposed or overexposed. Both have different, they could be the same subject and totally different lighting scenarios, right? One might have very black shadows or very dark shadows, and in a very nuanced and, you know, a very nuanced light. So you might have like a, something like this, right? Here's our light. I'm painting a cube, if you can't tell. It's supposed to be a cube anyway. Anyway, there's our light. I don't know how this cube is looking like this, but anyway, we have light. Yeah, we'll go like this. Anyway, so we have a cube. Maybe there's some light back here too, right? And in this cube, for example, we would have, and I showed this last time on stream, so the VOD's out there. But in this one, we would have all the detail in the light, right? We have all these juicy details with different colors, textures, whatever. Maybe it's a block of grass because I like that. I like turning things into grass. So anyway, here's our block of grass. And all of our details exist in the shadows. But you could also make a realistic lighting scenario. And maybe there's a little bit of, you know, subtle light into the shadows, but like you can't really see it. It's too dark, right? So just some subtle lighting. But you could also just do the opposite, right? You could take the same thing, and I have a point that I'm making, right? And you could say, okay, well, what if the light is just blown out? All of this is super bright, right? Now we're sort of overexposing the light. which, what does that do? Well, that lets us see into the shadows, right? And so now the shadows are going to have a bit of light in them, and we're going to get all this detail in the shadows. We have details in here. And now it's again, which is accurate? Well, both are, right? And this is where, like, thinking about, is there a different way to approach this, right? Is this the only way? When someone says that your light has to be, you know, you always put the detail in the light. Do you have to, though? Like, is there a reason? And then you challenge it. You say, is that true? And then you look for examples that sort of disprove the claim, right? Sort of almost thinking like a scientist in a way, where I'm not just thinking randomly, I'm not just overthinking it, but I'm sort of pondering it in like I'm analyzing it. I'm saying, is this true? Are there other ways? What if I tried this? If I don't know the answer, I can either go and look for it, which is me being consumed by this question, kind of, and I want to dig and look. Or in art, right, you can just try it. What if I just do it? What if I paint something where all the details in the shadows? And maybe you paint something like this, and you find that, okay, well, this actually looks weird. But what if I just reduce the amount of light? Just like in a different scene. And then all of the detail is here in the shadow, and this is where the focal point is. Now the focal point isn't on the light. And like this might actually work, right? And so you kind of find that, well, okay, this isn't working, but it could work in theory. And as long as you sort of investigate these things, that's sort of what I spend my time thinking about. It's not, I don't have to literally be painting, but I'm basically challenging what I know about visual stuff, art and whatever, just all art, whatever it is that I'm thinking about. It could be a video game, right? It could be different strategies in a strategy game or something. And if there's common wisdom or something, I'll sort of try to understand why that wisdom exists. And sometimes just playing the game is never going to help you understand that. You have to sort of dig a little. Joe Mama, says Peter. Hey, Peter. Peter Steves, hope you're doing well. Joe Mama. Never heard that one before. So yeah, I do find that art to me is much more of a thinking endeavor than a doing endeavor. It's much more like chess than it is like, I don't know, soccer or baseball, right? I think it's, the moves in art aren't hard. You know, if you can write your name, you have the hand-eye coordination to paint, right? You don't need great hand-eye coordination. You don't need it's not some crazy, the hand movements aren't gonna limit you, right? Not to any degree, in my opinion. Obviously, there are certain types of art that are very precise, and yes, obviously some people lean into that precision. That's not really what I'm talking about. For the most part, the thing that's holding someone back is never going to be the fact that they have a slight shake in their hand. It's probably going to be how they approach in their decisions, right? Yeah, you can paint with your feet, right? You can paint with your mouth. You could paint with your elbow, you know, you could, but ultimately it comes down to the choices, right? And that's where I think me comparing art to like chess, it sounds stupid at first, but if you think about chess, you're sitting there at a board, the pieces are easy to move around, you have all the same information as your opponent, and yet what makes a good chess player better than a bad chess player? Well, they just have different ideas about the game, right? They just understand it on a different level, and they've thought a lot more about it, and the types of moves they might consider are different than the moves you consider, right? They've drilled in ways of thinking that allow them to find better moves and not consider worse moves, and there's a mental muscle memory, right? It's like they've trained their brain, essentially. And that's what art is. Art's just training your brain to think about things in a certain way. And also doing it enough to where certain types of thought patterns come easily. And obviously, yes, there's going to be physical patterns, like drawing an ellipse or something. But a lot of that still, when I draw an ellipse and if it doesn't look good, I'm like, oh, let's flatten it out a little bit. there's still a, it's still a visual pattern, right? So it's a mental thing. And it might take me a few tries to get it just right, and I might make it look funny. But I think ultimately it's still just a thinking thing. A thinking sport. It's not a sport, but if it were, it would be a thinking sport. Competitive art. We've actually talked about that a couple times. I do like art competitions. Art competitions are great. Not because of the competitive side, though. Okay. Okay, let me get a bit literary here. Da Vinci said, La pictura e causa mentale. It's a mental endeavor. Yeah, it is, totally. Yeah, I mean, that's what I just said, too. I'm not trying to take credit for that. I didn't know Da Vinci said that. But yes, thinking to me is completely a mental activity. Art fight is technically competitive art? Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely art competitions. Although, funny enough, you know, on this line of thinking, even most competitors, though, at like the highest level, they're not. I mean, unless it's a team sport, then obviously you're trying to work with your team to beat another team. But most of the time, like with running or something, right? Or speed running in video games, since we're video game adjacent on Twitch, you're not really like competing with the other world record holder. Like you are, they might be a fuel of motivation, but you're still just trying to get better at your own skills and your own sort of craft, whatever that is. And so like even in an art competition, you're just trying to make the best art you can make. You're not really thinking about your competition, right? Like it's the real competition is against yourself, right? It's to improve and outdo yourself and do the best you can do and keep improving. And that's how you're going to like win or break records or whatever you want to, however you want to frame it, right? If you're talking about video games, the only way you're going to break records is to keep outdoing yourself and keep getting better and better and better. So it is about the process. So I don't know. Competitive art's funny because like it's very much about the process, right? And it's not really about your competition, but also so is other sports, right? So are other competitive endeavors. They're not really about your competition. They're about becoming the best you can be. And then, yes, when you're pitted against them, you win, but that's only because you're out playing them, right? Like, I don't know. That's how I think about it. So yeah, I think it's fine to think of art as a competitive thing. But not in like, I hope my opponent loses, but more like, I've got to get better. Right? We're not wishing that our art competitors get worse. That's not a thing. I don't feel like any real sportsman or sports person, right, would ever like, no one wants a victory that is like, because you're running a race and your competitor trips and falls and then you win by default. But you were actually in last place the whole race, and then you just win because everybody crashes. That's not satisfying. Nobody really wants that. Nobody wants I mean, actually, this happened in chess. Sorry, I'm going on a rabbit hole. But this actually happened in chess, where the world champion kind of backed out. And people were like, oh, this new world champion is only in name, you know? No one really thinks he's the world champion. People know Magnus Carlsen's the best, but he just didn't compete for world championship. And I feel like that, on one hand, is absurd, because, like, that's his choice to not compete, so you won the title. But there is a little bit of truth to it, right? And we're like, you don't really want that. You don't want to be world champion in name only. You want people to, like, you want to actually have the skill of a world championship, right? It's not going to be satisfying if everybody's like, yeah, but we all know that other guy's better. Like, that sucks. That's a crappy spot to be in. So I think anything competition-wise, you're not really looking to just win. Winning, it's not really about winning. I mean, it is, but like, you still just want to keep improving, and you want the win to be earned because you are good, not because your opponent didn't show up or something. Anyway, and I feel like art's the same, right? You're not trying to you're just trying to get good, right? You're trying to learn and improve, and it's not really about your other artists. I don't know. And maybe thinking about it as competition is just the wrong way to think about it, but I don't think it's bad. I think there's times where thinking about art as a competition is okay. It's probably not the best way to think about it. Rants, yeah, that was definitely a rant. I'm just painting trees. I don't even know what I'm doing here. I'm just like adding little details and rambling, but it's kind of fun. Did I miss any redeems or anything? I might have. If I did, let me know. Also, hi, Chrissy. Did I say hi, Chrissy? I don't know if I did. Oh, Chrissy, I don't know if you're still here. If you guys don't know Chrissy Carson, you should. She's great. I'll shout out Chrissy Carson. That was a while ago. Shout out Chrissy. How do I spell your name? You're still here? Okay. I'll shout you out. I noticed I wasn't in your stream for a long time, but I just noticed that you have a webcam. I didn't know that. That's cool. So yeah, I don't know. I was gonna mention it, but I was lurking. I don't know if that's a new thing. I don't feel like I've ever seen you with a webcam, but maybe that was a new development. It's new on stream as of Tuesday. Okay, so it is a new development. That's cool. Have you adapted to it? Like, do you find that it's weird? I still think it's weird to have a webcam. I haven't gotten used to a webcam. I had it for a few months and just haven't set it up. Yeah. I had mine for over a year before I actually sort of pulled the trigger and used it. I literally bought it and then I had it for over a year. And at some point I'm like, this is stupid, I just need to use it. And so I did. And here I am. Look at me. Using the webcam. You kind of forgot it's there because of the way it's set up. I don't see that monitor unless I look at your chat. Yeah. But I've set mine up similar, where I try to forget about my webcam. Because yeah, if I'm thinking about it, it's not a good time. Sort of out of sight, out of mind. What am I doing here? A lot of these shapes are just random. They're not very well designed. I do think I've improved on this today, though. Oh, not that. Let's see. Let's see what I've done. So yeah, this is where I was at the start of the day, and yeah, I was lacking a lot of contrast up here. Which I don't know if that's better. I think it is. Chrissy says, honestly, what's trippy isn't so much that there's a camera, but that it's delayed because I watched my stream via Twitch, not OBS. Oh, interesting. That is weird. Yeah, so I don't watch my stream via Twitch. Not typically. Actually, funny that I kind of was just right now. But most of the time I watch it via OBS. I guess both would be ways to do it. To be fair, I don't really watch my stream. Most of the time I just forget it's there and I try to sort of push it off to the side and not look at it. But generally, I can see it out of the corner of my eye, so if it stops or something, or if something is wrong, I can notice. But I don't always notice. Like if I'm dropping frames or something, it's not always clear. Also, let's try stuff. Let's play around with this. I'm gonna do a overlay, and I'm gonna grab a bright color like a blue. I'm just gonna slap in the blue. This is not what I'm actually doing. I'm not actually gonna make it blue. I just want to play around with it. Speaking of thinking about things differently, sometimes the thing that I like to do is just take your painting and just basically ruin it and just see what happens. See what happens if you do something totally out of the ordinary. Like, what happens if I make my shadows literally blue? Is it good? Is it bad? Do I like it? Maybe there's something about it I like. I do kind of like a little bit of it. Like, how much blue is okay? So I have like a color correction. Pushing that warm and cool just a smidge. I will sometimes use stream screen to see my art at a smaller scale. Oh, I do that too sometimes. Okay, let's do this. Let's see, do I like the blue? I mean, kind of. Maybe super subtle. I think if we're doing that, though, we actually want to bring in a little bit more warmth. Because it's kind of occurred to me that our light is like our shadows are very desaturated, and so our light should also probably be saturated, at least in some spots. Probably not everywhere. We can put these high saturation points just kind of around, kind of like that. Really trying to bring in little specks of saturation into that light. I'm not really trying to make it brighter. I'm just trying to bring in some saturation. Because we already have the light. I think that's kind of nice. Maybe we do some secondary focal points over here that are saturated but not bright. Something like that. So, like, it can imply that it's in light. Does that work? And so this is kind of one of those things where I'm sort of thinking about this for the first time. Like, does this imply that these are in light, even though they're not light, right? If you make right, if I make my screen black and white, this isn't the value range of my light source, right? This is very dim, but it also is very saturated, so it kind of implies that it is in light. And I'm wondering if there's ways to sort of use that. To create light sources without actually making it bright. Because normally the advice, right, or that wisdom in art is to keep your lights and your darks separate. But, like, what if I use a different way of showing something's in light with just saturation? Say this is in light because it's saturated, not because it's bright. Because I don't actually want it to be a focal point. I think it works. I think our brains can tell that this stuff is light, at least a little bit light. I don't know, I think it works. Also, don't love the scale here of these big rock pillars. If this was going to be really small, I think these should have been even smaller. Which I didn't really think about, to be honest. Trying to subdivide these shapes a little bit because the scale is going to be crazy here, and I don't want these to be, because like these shapes are too chunky, and I didn't want that. I want to break them up a bit, and I can't break them up in the foreground if the background shapes are not chunky, right? Like I don't want a different shape in the foreground than in the background. Or at least not too different. Oh, maybe there's a path here. Or like a... something broken? Maybe. Maybe some sort of broken path. A rock laying down. Do I like that? I don't know if I like that. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out how do I want to, like, bridge this. Not literally. I mean, it kind of is a bridge, literally. But how do I draw, like, a path and sort of create these little stepping stones and break up these shapes just enough to make it feel organic? Maybe at one time there was crumbled rock here, and sort of the grass has grown over it. I think probably starting to... for starters, I could probably get some shadows down here. I think right now it's too in light. So I'm kind of repainting a lot of this. Adding some green spots in here that kind of, or some darker green. Grass is pretty dark green. I think it was Sarah who mentioned that at one point. Like the value is pretty dark. So even something like this is a little bit unreasonable. But if this is in the shade, you're not going to get... like, sometimes you want to do stuff like this where, like, oh, look at this green. You just don't have that value of green. And so it can be pretty dark. We can add some wheelchair access. Pretty much. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm doing. I kind of want it to look like if you were a character and you imagined yourself down here, that you could kind of rock climb your way up. It might be hard to get there, but you could probably do it. And as it stands right now, the scale that I'm going for, that just doesn't make any sense. So I want to add some, yeah, not literal wheelchair access, but basically sort of a path that your mind can follow. Yeah, I don't think this thing adheres to the ADA. Unfortunately. Maybe a cave coming out of different... oh, that'd be kind of fun. So that would be fun. Although I'm hesitant. Caves are tricky, kind of, because they kind of are focal points, right? They kind of make you notice them, and I don't actually want to draw our attention down here. So a lot of the things I'm doing with the shapes are specifically to try and make it just kind of flow and not like demand attention. And I think putting like a big cave or something can make... I mean, maybe if I put enough of them, it can sort of create like a pattern that your brain just sort of stops paying attention to until it really looks. But yeah, I don't know. That's a tricky one. Caves can be tough, though. They definitely can create focal points, like high contrast and dark shapes. Like, and it's already, I'm already struggling to make it our focal point up here because there's such a lead-in. And so kind of what I'm trying to do is make all of this stuff so sort of uneven and, I don't know, organic, I guess, to where you just kind of accept it and you don't really have to look too hard or think too hard about it. You're just like, yep, that's a path. I don't even know what I want to do with the foreground here. I don't really like it. What if I just got rid of it? No, I don't think that's good. I don't know. You could, depending on the objective time period and such, you could do an old broken wooden scaffolding. Yeah, that could be fun. Yeah, maybe. Gotta think about it. I'm not sure how ambitious I want to get today, now that I'm kind of mentally winding down. This is like the last hour of stream where I sort of just go into chill mode. Enjoy the process. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, doing big changes at the end here can be mentally taxing because I have to figure it out. And here I'm just kind of going with it. I don't know. But maybe that is the right choice, to add some sort of more designed stuff. I don't know how much detail I want. I don't typically add a lot of detail to my environments. This is way more detailing than I would normally do. Lighting is really nice, thanks. Yeah, I think doing some detail and pushing the focal point is better to like refine this stuff a little bit more. I don't think adding scaffolding over here would... I really don't want to do much over here. Mostly what I want to do over here is simplify and clean it up and sort of make it blend in. Also, what is this shape? I don't know how that got here. I don't think I like that shape. Mostly simplify and sort of make these fall into the background. There's an image I saw today on... Here, let me see if I can find it. There's an image I saw on Instagram by... Jeremy Fensk. And I thought it was really cool because it was kind of reminded me of this in some ways. Let's see if I can find it. Search. Let's see if I can spell his name right. Jeremy Fensk. Oh, here we go. This image. So this image kind of reminded me... Let's see if there's a... Oh, this one. Is there a way that I can... Oh, there we go. So this image, it's hard to... It's sort of... It's a weird format, right? It's very tall. But I think for having the focal point literally on the bottom edge, it does such a good job at bringing you down. And this is just a big, noisy shape, right? This is literally just a mass. Yes, there's lots of detail and noise, but there's so much of it, you just kind of treat it as a big shape, right? So yes, it's detailed, and there's lots of shapes, but it's consistent enough that you just kind of follow it down, and there's sort of a pattern, and then you make your way to the focal point. And I really liked it. I liked it because it's unorthodox and it's interesting, and yet it works. I feel like it works. So anyway, I don't know what point I was making with that, other than there's a little bit of that going on where, like, yes, my focal point is pushed to the top, but I'm hoping that this stuff kind of just, you don't notice it. Like, I'm sort of hoping it's not that important, and it just kind of blends in. I know it's not doing that right now, but I think there's a way to get there. That chaotic big shape, yeah. Anyway, I think there's a way to get to where this is our focal point without, yeah, with something. What was I saying? Streamer brain. I don't even know what I was saying. But yeah, where there's a focal point without us trying to do something. Like, I can't even talk. I end stream. What am I saying? Basically, I don't want us to get focused down here and like lost in that and being able to like, oh, what's this? What's this little shape? Look at the scaffolding. Look at the storytelling, right? I don't want us to like, if I put too many design elements down here, that sort of, I don't know, it's going to take away, I feel like. In the same way I feel like putting little, I mean, I guess there are some things, like in this, if you look in here, there is a, oh, sorry, there is a bird in there. Right? There's a bird in here. But it blends in so much that, like, you don't really see it unless you look for it, right? In fact, if the bird wasn't here and it was just a dark hole, that would be more distracting probably, right? In some ways, the bird is making it less contrast. I mean, so I think it's fine to add little Easter eggs and little details in there, but you have to do it so carefully as to not actually draw attention. I think when you have like a weird, I don't know, I think it's a little bit of a weird composition here. Might even be able to go like that and just crop it. I don't know. It's probably not ideal. Like, what if I made it larger? We could try it. Bring these up. Literally stretching my canvas. Paint, backfill all this stuff. Just paint the whole thing. Literally grabbing a color and dragging it up. I mean, does that work? Kinda, actually. It does give some context to what we're looking at, which I sort of like. You think so? Yeah, it's better. Yeah, I think so. It's also pushing it more towards your standard, it gives you space. Yeah, it does. And I think I was trying to do something a little close to like what Jeremy Fence did, where his focal point is successfully reading, in my opinion, and it's way down here. I just wasn't succeeding, right? Because I don't think this shape is simple enough. I think if I would have done like a single rock wall or something and didn't have any of this, maybe I could have gotten away with something like this, where you just have these big shapes going straight down. Maybe I could have done something like that, where this is pushed against the top. Right? I don't know. I don't even know if that would have worked. But I just don't think that this is... I don't know. I don't... It's tough. It's a tough one for me to do. I'm not even convinced that this is good. At all. Maybe I should bring this over here. I'm playing around with a new layer now. I mean, maybe something like that. This has a little bit of foreground. It's not bad. That's interesting. Do I like that? I mean, kinda. It definitely is a more interesting composition. I think it's more interesting. Sort of high up on the peaks. Maybe it works because it's super exaggerated composition-wise. Maybe. Yeah, maybe that's what makes it work. I think it's more that just the stuff at the top is just a noise, essentially. There's so much of it, like in this, that it works. Like, you look at this, and your brain is like, I need to find something more interesting. And so by the time you even, like, if you were to zoom in, I don't know if I can do this properly. I'll just put it on a separate page here. If you were to like kind of look closely, you're more like, what is this image? Right? And so you're kind of just trying to find something that is interesting because like there's nothing here. And finally you find something and you sort of now like, oh, we're in a tree. Oh, let's keep looking at the tree because we understand that trees go downward, right? And so yes, there's a little bird here, but like kind of it's pretty obvious that you're gonna follow the tree down. And then when you get down here, it really feels like you're down here. Like it sort of, I don't know. I don't feel like there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing that really makes you want to look up here because there's just nothing there. I mean, yes, there's a lot of texture, right? There's noise, but it's not actually stuff that's interesting, right? And it's not even that contrasty. If you make it black and white, you have some contrast here and most contrast here. This is Jeremy Fence. Trev, you just mixed Nathan Fawkes and Jeremy Fence together. Nathan, or Jeremy Fawkes. Ben, oh sorry, Ben. Here, let me grab his Instagram. But anyway, I will grab his Instagram for you. Names are hard. Also, I don't have any contrast on this side. It feels very empty over here. Now it's like we're designing an image for Instagram. Which is okay. I'm not opposed to it. Little trees down here. But these trees are going to be closer together, I think. Or maybe this is more of like a field. How long does a drawing like this take you? I mean, this one's taken me 2 streams, but honestly, sometimes it's if I'm not constantly waffling on choices and going back and forth. I mean, I could something like this with this sort of not very detailed kind of blobby look. I mean, it might take me anywhere from maybe in 4 hours, but it could also be quicker. This has taken me 2 streams, so I've been at it for 7 hours, I guess. But most of that time I'm just rambling. But also sometimes there's a series of sketches for, I don't know, it depends. It kind of depends on what it is I'm doing. As per my earlier email, no, as per my earlier ramble, it sort of depends on what my starting condition is. Like if I have a very distinct like objective or design goal or something, then it might take me a little longer because hitting the mark is more particular. Whereas if I'm allowed to just kind of go with the flow and get lost in the sauce, as they say, I can kind of end up wherever I want, and that means I can just make sure it looks good in the end. As long as I make it look good, then it works. So it kind of depends. This is a little bit more the latter. I can kind of just do whatever because I don't really have a distinct goal. But not going to one of them feels like something... feels like to me, I'm still a noob, that this work could work well in a super wide and super high canvas. Super wide and super high. Isn't that just big? Oh, you just mean like the proportional, like if everything else were small, so like this, and then everything else is just like big, like that? Is that what you mean? Where you basically have the whole painting, but it's in the middle? Is that what you mean? What do you mean by super... Wait, did I read that right? Super wide or... Oh, or super high. Oh, you said or. There's an or in there. Okay. Maybe, yeah. Maybe one or the other. Yeah, it's possible. Something like this, where we're pushing the thing up higher. Yeah, it could be an extreme type of thing where you just we need to push it in one way or the other. I know square canvases typically aren't recommended, so yeah. I mean, I don't really want to do that because I like the foreground. I know I could flatten things out a lot and do like a ground plane that's very foreshortened. Right? We could do something like this. And that would look fine, but that to me is just a little bit more boring. And that doesn't quite... I like the idea of this sort of stepping up thing, and we're sort of high up there. So that to me, while I think this is more standard for what I would paint, it just doesn't... Like, yes, it looks better, maybe, but it's also not quite the direction I want to take it. So this is where, like, do I make a choice and sacrifice the overall aesthetic with sort of going a route that I think is more interesting? And I don't know. I don't know what the right choice is. And I don't think there has to be a sacrifice. I think you can do something... Doesn't the clock tower shoot a spiral out of the rocks? Like that? It does kind of look like it's shooting a spiral. Out of the ladders? I don't know what you're talking about. I think I've got confused. I have a case of the confused. Maybe? I don't know. I do think that there's some room in here to play around with shapes and designs. I don't quite know what you mean by shooting a spiral out to the rocks. I mean, there's definitely a bit of a spiral-y thing going on, or a swooshy shape, right? And honestly, I don't really know the best way to do the foreground here. I'm kind of thinking here. Something like this. Or maybe we even bring some of this out. Maybe some of these have some overhang. Oh, the ladders next to the clock tower inverse, kind of. Oh, you mean like this leading in or out? Maybe. Yeah, this one I wasn't really sure what we're doing here. If we want to bring this in, I actually had considered like blocking this off and not having these lines here. I kind of, yeah, there's some sort of high contrast stuff going on here that I don't love. I don't know, I'm kind of just toying with it. Fiddling. Maybe there's some little shapes over here playing with. Trying to balance things out a bit. We could also maybe do some sort of misty, foggy thing where we sort of cover up a lot of this. And do like a lot of shadow. There might be a way to kind of keep the focus up top. Sort of vignette it. Like, that might be the play. Right, like, that's not bad. It sort of creates that focal point a little bit more. Because even here, we do kind of want to look down there for some reason. I mean, we kind of drag down there. And this sort of fixes that, maybe? It really reduces the contrast down here. Like, we still have the line, right? But it's... I think that works. Yeah, it's tricky. I don't know. I'm kind of trying to try a little bit different stuff with composition. Although mostly I'm not really innovating too much, at least for me. I'm kind of staying in my comfort zone, but I do like some stuff up here. It's kind of fun. Little speckles, just kind of some texture. Some high saturation texture around the image. Kind of neat. This could probably be a little darker. Trying to really hone in the shapes that we have. So even stuff like this, where it's very dark, we can probably lighten it along the edges, just kind of trying to push the contrast closer to the middle here. So these are less contrasty, these trees are more contrasty, until we get into like the really bright stuff. Maybe we have some trees here casting shadows or something. Be kind of fun. The shadows really help, I think. Also gives this nice throw of light shadow diagonal stuff. Yeah, I like the light here and sort of the keeping a little bit of diagonal stuff going on. And it kind of makes it look like if the light's coming from here, even though this is still kind of shadowy, and it kind of feels like this thing's casting a shadow down here. We could, if we really wanted to get crazy, we could maybe even add some warmth down here to kind of make it feel like that light is shining through there. I don't think I want that, actually, because that would change the focus of the piece a little bit. But there's probably a way to add some sort of warmth. Uh-oh, I'm on the wrong layer. No! I'm on the wrong layer! Okay. But yeah, like, maybe we could do, like, a warm or something. Like a warmish orange. So it's still dark, but it sort of implies that the sun... Well, okay, not that warm, but it would sort of imply that the sun is maybe bouncing around in there. I don't think that's the way I want to go. There's a lot of ways to take this, and it is sort of fiddly. But I think having the right concepts... I mean, again, this sort of goes back to that rant I was... The yapping earlier about thinking about things differently. And a lot of it's just like there is no right or wrong way, right? Like there isn't a one perfect real solution. It's a lot of it's just trying to figure out what each one does differently and what direction do you want to take it. And some of them might do good things, some of them might do bad things, but ultimately they're all going to be a little different, and then we have to understand what they're doing. So we're sort of trying to dissect it and understand and think about it. I don't know. I like that stuff. So I like a little bit of saturation up here. And maybe there's a rock here. Some remnants of a rock up on the ledge. I like that. Now I have considered how much on the ground here do I want to put like design details, right? Do I want little shapes in here that are carving in these things? I don't know. Probably not that, obviously not that dark, right? But maybe I want little I don't know, like little things like this. Or little shapes here. It could be cool. Sort of implies that these are some ruins and these things have been carved. They're not just all willy-nilly, you know? They're intentional. Could even maybe go a little bit more over here. I mean, I don't know what the heck this place is, to be honest. Like, I kind of have some sense of like, okay, it's clearly a important place. Maybe there was a door in here at one point. Maybe we can add some stairs or something, some way that there was a way to get up here. Maybe some architecture. Again, how small is this stuff? I don't know. It's sort of like a giant monument. It is actually massive. Although, I guess this is also a way in. Maybe at one point this was... That could have been a way in. Yeah, the scale is kind of weird on this, to be honest. Like, if you're gonna have a building or a structure this big, it's very rare that you would just be a solid shape, right? You would have little nooks and crannies. Right, stuff like this. Little parts of light catching. Which is actually not a bad thing to add. A little bit here and there. Maybe there's even another one. That's kind of a fun little motif. I like that. It's subtle, but it's sort of... Maybe there's some here too. I like these shapes. Yeah, maybe we do a little bit of a shape like this. And maybe another shape. sort of fans out. I like that. I'm trying to mirror this, but on the front. I don't know if that one we're ever going to see. No, I don't think we need to. I think that works. There. That's not bad. And then maybe this could be a little more green. Because, again, this is in shadow, so maybe there's some trees growing. It's kind of fun. I don't know if I like the shapes in the front. But I do think it adds a little bit to just have some of these shapes. I do wonder if I can't bring these in just a little bit to make them more tilted. I like that. Yeah, I don't know how much detail I want to put on this, but I do kind of enjoy a little bit. And a lot of this, I think it started pretty late, and so a lot of this has been blown up, and it's very pixelated. So we're kind of just fiddling with it. But I think it works, kinda. Something up here is not right. Those shapes are too strong. When I kind of zoom out and you can see some of these bright green shapes, you don't want too many of them there. This one maybe goes a little higher. Maybe it's not a perfect ramp. It's an imperfect ramp. Ah, thanks for the hydrate. Thank you, Lost One Alex. I appreciate it. Okay, so that's not bad. Now I'm thinking, what if we did, and might be getting a little ambitious. What if I don't, because this is going to change the image a bit. But what if we had a little bit of like waterfalls back here? I mean, I don't really want to. Then don't. If you don't want to, don't do it. But I feel compelled to add waterfalls. No, I don't think waterfalls are good. Maybe like one back in the distance of like a falling down these rocks. I think too many is gonna look silly. Lava fall. I don't think I want lava falls in this. This doesn't feel like a place that is chaotic and lava fall-y. Lava falls are cool. Yeah, I don't think I want lava falls back here. This place is too pristine. It's too calming and sort of nice, right? I'm sort of thinking about different places, and this one is sort of like the ruins in the prairie lands, except not prairies, but we're gonna have maybe a ravine or something, but have these walls and these mountain cliffs with all these nice green tops, and right, this is like the nice spot, right? We have all the nice green lush. It's peaceful, it's chill, it's calming, right? There's nothing crazy happening. Things aren't being destructive, right? That's kind of where this is going to exist, is somewhere in here, I think. or maybe in here, depending on where I want to put it. I don't know. Maybe up here, because I don't really want to do another like ravine here, because that would be weird. So maybe we do like a path this way, and maybe I make this little prairie land here, where like it's just kind of these rocky cliffs, maybe on the shore. Maybe there's a shoreline here, and maybe there's some cliffs going along this way. And along these cliffs are kind of where our this thing sits. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure where I'm gonna put it. Probably somewhere in here. What is this land? This is just a little like personal project where I'm just kind of putting paintings as little icons and symbols on a map, and kind of designing a little world where each piece kind of sort of relates to each other, but not really. At the start, they're not relating a ton, but as I progress, they're having more overlapping elements, and I'm sort of world building it up as I go. It's not really for anything. It's just me painting environments like this, and then I'm like, let's stick it on the map. And so I stick it on the map, and I'm like, how am I gonna paint all the purple mist? Oh, I guess it's a physical purple mist in here. And so let's put that in. And as I start putting this pinkish purple mist in here, I'm like, wait a second, what if this mist is like rolling out over the ocean? And I'm like, okay, what if I paint an image of the purple mist rolling out along the shoreline? And here it is. And so over time, I'm just kind of building up the thing. And one painting leads to another, and maybe there's some overlap, maybe there's not. Sometimes the paintings are more like biomes where they're sort of independent of another place, but sometimes they're more like on the edge of two biomes where there is overlap and there's design. But yeah, no, it's fun. It's just a way to kind of tie my paintings together. It's sort of a stream project in some ways. It gives me a way to just sort of talk about art and painting and environments, but also kind of tie them together in some way. Super cool. I think it is. I really enjoy it. I've spent too many years, not years, years. But also I've done too many like mini personal projects that never really went anywhere because I felt like they were either too ambitious or I don't want to say because I didn't have clear goals, because my goal for this is to not have a clear goal. But I think I always got very ambitious, and then but I didn't really know what it was gonna be also. So like I was excited for nothing kind of, and then it just sort of tapered out and I lost interest. But this, I don't really know where it's going. It's basically just me making it up as I go, and I don't really have expectations or hopes or dreams for it. It's just a thing that I'm gonna keep adding to and see where it takes me. So that's kind of what I'm doing. It's cool to see how it's developed from the concept a few weeks ago. Yeah, we've added a few things here and there. I still need to add some stuff along, this environment here, which is this one, the rocky shoreline. There's going to be this, whatever place I'm working on now. It might end up getting a lot more green. I might end up adding a lot more lush environment and stuff. It doesn't need to all be desert. The desert could be pretty small. In fact, if the desert is sort of like devoid of life, then it would make sense that there isn't that much desert, because that's only going to be where this sort of like destructive thing. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to work. We could end up adding lots of forest or lots of prairie lands or different biomes or stuff. We might even get rid of the ocean. I don't know. Probably won't get rid of the ocean, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes. It's incremental. And it's a lot of fun, though. It definitely is in line with sort of how I think about most projects being made, and you hear stories of it constantly, and yet somehow in my head, there's still sort of this pervasive thought or idea that good ideas just start as good ideas and then people make them. But so often especially with independent artists, you hear of authors and artists and all sorts of people, they'll start a project and they'll do like a chapter at a time, or this starts as a series of short stories, and pretty soon they've turned it into, they start making some of those stories relate. Before long they have 100 separate stories that kind of sort of weave together, and then it's like, oh, it's kind of a book that tells a story that's a bigger overarching idea. And or I mean, I think Andy Weir is no, you know, with The Martian, I think that's how that started. He literally was just writing chapters at a time, but it was more like he had a problem, dude trapped on Mars, and then the guy trapped on Mars had to solve the problem, and eventually over time it turned into what we know as the book and the movie. But it started as just like him doing like a, you know, like a scenario, almost like a journal, like day one, this happened, and then he sort of writes the story of how he had to solve it, right? It was sort of just like a weird, it was like a very piecemeal, just 1 week at a time, or 1 day at a time, or I don't know exactly what it was. And that's kind of how I'm thinking, you know, just start simple. I don't need some overly ambitious project. Just keep painting, keep making them sort of kind of tie into each other. And I think as this develops, I will get more ambitious. Because as the constraints are smaller and smaller, I mean, anyone who's ever, I keep bringing up Minecraft, even though I haven't really played Minecraft recently, but I think anyone who's ever, I mean, I'm not the 2 week Minecraft phase, that's what I don't want to happen, but basically the way that you would build a world in Minecraft is how I'm thinking about this, where you just start one build at a time. Most people who have big ongoing worlds don't have some master plan. Some do, but most don't have some super crazy out there outlandish end goal. They basically take one build at a time. Some builds are more ambitious than others, right? Typically you get more ambitious with time as you sort of know where your skills are, but you just start building something cool. Then you build I'm gonna build a house. I'm gonna build a pond for the house. I'm gonna build a skyscraper in the background, right? And pretty soon you just end up building a big thing that's sort of a whole city or something. And that's kind of how I'm treating this project. Just starting small, one painting at a time. Don't know where it's going to end up. Some paintings will be more ambitious. Some might be in parts, you know, a part 1 and a part 2. Some might have a series of paintings for each biome, and it might be quite ambitious. I don't know. But this particular painting, I think, is coming to an end. I don't think I'm going to go crazy on the rendering. I mean, I kind of... No, I haven't. But I do like playing around with it. In fact, some of this could probably be... Probably add a little bit of nuance here. I do think a little bit of light and shadow can go a long way, where you just refine the details and just say, okay, this is going to have a tiny little lip to it. So you put a tiny little light source on top. It's not really about detail, but it's just implying it with super subtle stuff. Alfred Afterburner says, I've heard an interview from R.R. Martin that his ideas of Game of Thrones was developed from the behavior / fights of cats with his neighbors. Cats talking about developing ants. Oh, is that really? I love that. That's awesome. I didn't know that. Is that actually true? I mean, I could definitely see some being inspired by that, right? I mean, obviously he drew elements from elsewhere, because obviously it's not all just cat analogies. But yeah, no, I think a lot of times the idea doesn't have to be good. Like I think if you said that as what you just said, and if you pitch that idea, that's not a real idea. That's not an idea that's gonna make people excited about it. Like the idea sucks. But it doesn't, right? It ends up being good because you take it somewhere that's so different, and it's not really a, I don't know. I'm kind of in the camp that like the idea doesn't matter that much. I know that's maybe a bit extreme, and I don't actually hold that view. I do think the ideas matter, but kind of like, I don't know. Like think about, I don't know, Prison Break movies. I love a good heist movie or a Prison Break movie. It's like my favorite top, not, it's not a genre. I guess it's kind of a genre, but it's like my favorite theme, right? If you have a heist in a movie, I'm in. But like, let's be real. Every Prison Break movie pretty much is the same plot, right? Like it's breaking out of prison, or it's, oh, we gotta steal a rare fancy diamond. But like, there's only one Shawshank Redemption. It's not, the idea isn't special. Is the idea of some guy who's innocent and gets put in prison and then he escapes? Like, is that, and he meets random people who are in prison along the way, and like, you learn about the characters? Like, that's nothing new. And yet, it is, because it's the way that it's told. It's the way that the choices that are made. It's the nuance. It's the big idea isn't anything special. It's the small stuff that matters. That's my opinion. So I'm not big on like this idea that like you just need a good idea. I don't think you do. I think you need the tools to make the idea really good. I think you need the tools and the skills and the know-how to execute on that idea, even if the idea is kind of meh. Like, because it's the execution that's people. A lot of times it's the execution, obviously. And again, sometimes an idea, until you state it stupidly, you don't even realize how dumb it is. I don't know. I vaguely remember a interview with like Lin-Manuel Miranda or Manuel Miranda. I don't know how you say his name. Anyway, him, the guy who wrote Hamilton, the play. I remember him saying something like, if you were to pitch Hamilton to someone, is like, I want to make a musical about the founding fathers and have a nearly entirely black cast and have it hip hop. Like, it's just kind of weird. Like, I don't know. Like it doesn't really. Is that a good idea? Like, I'm not convinced, and I don't think most people would be. And yet, if you execute it well, people are like, yeah, it all works, because you made each part, every single choice came from the previous choice, and so it all fit together like a perfect puzzle. And I think that is more important. It's having a good process. It's having a good sort of when you're actually judging your thing as a whole, right? You have to have good fundamentals. You have to know what makes a good song or an interesting story, and you have to be able to bring people along that journey well. But like, that's not the idea. That's the execution. I don't know. I just think too often people act like the idea is some, they struck gold with the idea. I don't think so. I mean, sure. I in some ways, I think it's the fact that the idea sounds stupid that made it good. You took a weird thing and you executed it really well, and people are like, wow, that's awesome, right? What a great execution of such a... who would have thought of that, right? Well, no, not many, because it wasn't inherently a good idea. I mean, it wasn't bad, obviously, but like, I don't think it was inherently a good idea. I think the execution was so good that when people finally see it and they're like, wow, what a cool idea. So anyways, yeah, that is a rant. You've been zoning out listening to Joe rant. It's time to redeem a rant. Yeah. Okay, okay. But see, now that you say it, okay. So yeah, basically, I am not a believer. I mean, I am definitely not in the camp though that it's all about the idea. I would be more leaning toward the choices and the execution of the idea are more important. I mean, take every good Disney movie ever, and like you can sum it up, or Disney or Pixar or whatever, right? Every good animated movie, none of them have like crazy, insane ideas. They're all pretty simple and straightforward, but the execution's always where it shines, or at least the good ones. And then the bad ones, we say, oh, well, the idea was stupid. Really? Like, we aren't going to talk about how basic, you know, a dad loses, a son gets separated from his dad, and then dad goes on a journey to find his son. We're not going to talk about how basic of an idea that is, and yet Finding Nemo is like a good movie. Like, why do we always seem to trash the idea or this, oh, the story sucked or the idea was bad when it fails. It's like, no, maybe the execution just sucked and you didn't pull it off very well. I don't know. The idea always gets the. I mean, it's kind of like in painting where the your colors always get all the praise when you do good color work, but then when other people's color work fails, it's like, oh well, it was a value issue. It was your values that weren't good. Like, well, yeah, it probably was the values. Like, it's probably not the colors that are amazing when you do color work, and yet they always get all the praise. I don't know. I think it's kind of like that. Maybe that's not even accurate. Sarah, hope you're doing well, though. I assume you're just working and lurking. Both Puss in Boots movies have pretty wild ideas, but the first one sucks and the reboot is fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I will say I think sometimes the silliest, stupidest ideas, when executed, make it feel like what a genius idea, right? Like Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. What a stupid idea. Like, that is the dumbest. I don't even remember what the movie's premise was, but it was an awesome movie, right? Like, I don't know if you ever saw that movie. I thought that movie was great. I just remember really loving it. And yet, the idea is dumb. Like, everything about it. But that's what makes it good. It's silly, fun, exciting, interesting, new, and novel, right? It's just, they knew how to tell a story. Yeah, exactly. It's super well executed. I only remember it raining in meatballs. Yeah, just like yeah, it was just chaotic, and it was fun, though. But it was still a good, I thought it was a good movie. You watched it a lot as a kid? Yeah, I think it was great. So yeah, I guess my whole premise of this rant, or do rants have premises? I don't know. The whole point is, yeah, I think just people put way too much of a premium on needing a good idea. I think it really does come down to, like, if you're telling a story, that you understand how stories work and you understand how to make a story feel rich, and if you're designing a world for a story, right, how to make the story feel full of life and how to give characters life. That's the fundamentals of writing a character or writing a story or whatever, right? Whatever you're doing, if you're designing a character, if you're whatever thing you're doing, there's the fundamentals of that craft. And I think that's way more important, in my opinion. And then obviously, I'm obviously not talking about money and like making money, because obviously marketing is a big part of it, and having people know about your project is super important. Which obviously, if you're gonna just do something that people already think they like Spider-Man, then yeah, of course you're gonna make boatloads more than if you do an original. And so, but I'm not really talking about like if it technically does well money wise, because I think you can still have a good thing. Because a lot of stuff gets sort of discovered later after the thing has not made a money, and then people end up liking it. And so, like, obviously you can have good stuff that is fairly obscure. But I don't think whether or not something makes money is the criteria we would want to use. Drawing, sorry, I stopped talking. I'm drawing little design shapes and details and stuff here. This brush is probably not the best brush for this kind of thing because it's very fluffy along the edges. And also yeah, it's kind of fluffy. Also, these should be trees, so maybe there's some trees here. I don't think I need to do details on each of these trees. That would be a bit extreme, I think. Yeah, that's too much. You should watch it again. Yeah, I haven't seen it forever. That's just the silliest movie premise that I could think of, and it's in the title, which is probably why I thought of it. But yeah, no, I think if you really think about movies, and sometimes it's the silliest, stupidest ideas that you end up liking the most. And nobody in their right mind... Unless you believed in the execution. And again, this is where, like... If you have good artists, or good, writers, storyboard artists, designers, animators, everything, right? If you have a good team, I think the more stupid the idea, the better. Like, if you have confidence they're gonna knock it out of the park, you want to give them a silly, goofy thing that they all have fun with, that they really get to sort of sink their teeth into in sort of an art way. I don't know. Like, that's the stuff. If I had again, maybe I'd be a terrible what do you call it? Producer, or not a producer, like person who throws money at things and then gets paid. I don't know what you call that. Is that producer? I don't know if I would be good at that, but I feel like just making sure you have good people and having fun, silly ideas that are enjoyable to think about and work on, and I don't know. I feel like that would be the way I would want to take it. I don't even know what a producer does, to be honest. I think producer is isn't producer basically the bankroller? Or what is, hold on, what does a producer do? Not in music. In music, produce... What does a producer do in film? I'm not the first... Oversees film production from finding and selecting promising material for development. Okay, well that... Through post-production, marketing, and distribution of the film, they plan and coordinate various aspects of the film production, such as selecting the script, coordinating, writing, editing. Huh. Okay, so they're... Okay, so it's... The producer is basically... Okay, so they're coordinating and making everything basically keep going. Making timelines, okay, gotcha. Task systems, managing teams, gotcha. Okay, well, so not that. That's not what I'm talking about then. I'm talking about, like, when Disney greenlights a project, like, who, the person, I guess, being Disney, right? Like if I were, whoever's deciding that we're gonna put money here, I don't know who's doing that. Some sort of financial decision maker. But I feel like that, right? The person, I mean, they are, right? Because they're, if the producer is selecting the script, in some ways they are that, right? They've been given the task of making, I guess they're doing more than just what I described, right? But I guess they are in part. No, I guess they are. I guess maybe there is a part of producer that's doing what I'm saying, right? If they're the one selecting the script, surely that's what I'm talking about. But they're also doing a lot more than just selecting a script, right? They're not just saying, yes, we'll spend money on this, but they're in charge of more. Okay. So yeah, I guess what I was just saying, if I was someone in charge of like deciding whether or not a company wants to invest money into something, and like, is this the thing? I guess maybe it's not always the same person, right? Maybe there's a hierarchy where like someone is given the power to make that choice, but also they have other jobs. I don't know. But yeah, no, I just feel like a lot of times, um, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm saying anymore. I've lost track. My rant petered out. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Like, I know Chris Sanders decided to do Wild Robot out of a slate of potential projects. Gotcha. But yeah, so that's part of it, right? Is deciding what is going to be made. And yeah, I think if I were in that position, as long as you trust that the people that you've hired, essentially, right, finding the right director, finding the right everything, and obviously trusting in the person who doesn't then also hires other people, because I assume it's not you doing literally everything. So there's a hierarchy there, and you're sort of becoming the big boss of the project, and you're making everything work, I guess. So as long as you trust that the people that you're working with are good, I do feel like having just a silly idea. It doesn't be silly, right? Obviously, you can have serious stuff, but I almost don't feel like it matters what the idea is. I think it could be stupid. It could be not stupid. I think good artists, good people working on it, and good sort of, yeah, just doing good art basically. I don't know, like that. Maybe I'm naive. Am I too naive? Like, does it even matter if you are really good at hiring people? Does it even matter what the project is? Like, obviously you can't pick a project that is, I mean, gosh. I guess script is different, right? Because like, if the script is bad, but part of it is I guess it's hard, right? Because obviously if you have a script, then that's set in stone. But like, if you have a good writer, they'll make a good script, right? And like, if you give them the time and the space they need, surely they can make a good script. And if you have a good group of people with who are allowed to put input and actors and everything, then like, doesn't I feel like on some level it doesn't matter. Now, obviously, if you have such a rigid hierarchy that like once the script is picked, there's no changing anything, that does feel like that's recipe for disaster, right? Because like, who's to say if all the pieces work together? And like, now you're just taking a bunch of random crap and there's no synergy. I think the issue is that it's really hard to know if your team and your production plan is that good until you've done the thing, especially when it's hundreds of thousands of people. True. Yeah, that's true. I guess when a project gets so big, it's really hard. Because, like, you can't all be on that same... Yeah, I think you're right. I guess on scale, it's just so much harder. And not everybody's going to be on the same page, right? I mean, even the opinion that I'm expressing right now, not everyone's even going to have that opinion. So some people are going to be like, this project sucks. The script is bad. Or like, you know, and be convinced that, I mean, I've seen this so many times in video games, and I know this is, I don't know why I'm bringing up video games right now, but I've seen it so many times where people are just convinced that like you've lost the game before you've even started. And it shows. They won't perform to their peak. They won't play well because they're just already convinced it's doomed to fail. And like you could have people with that mindset randomly in the middle of a big project. What happens when you get that person on your team, right? Like you know, you're trying to make this thing in a coordinated effort, and some people are just like, it's hopeless, it's all garbage, and like, yeah, of course they're gonna make a bad thing, right? They're not gonna do good work because they like, how do you get that mentality, right? How do you get people who all actually believe that you can make something good? It would be tricky. It would be really, really tricky to not get like bad apples and sort of in the mix. Yeah, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, for sure. I mean, I've heard people in games or in movies basically say, like, it's all about the... I mean, again, I've heard that the sort of the other idea, the idea that I'm not agreeing with, which is basically that it's all about the idea and it's all about that initial start. Now, I don't agree with that, and I don't think most people would agree with that, but it's out there. Like, certainly somebody could have this idea that like a project is just not good for whatever reason, and they're just doing it for the paycheck. Or, and again, most people are, right? I mean, to some degree, not just, I guess that's not true in most things art wise. Most people do like what they're doing, but some people are still gonna pretty much just like, they needed a job and it was available, so of course they're gonna take the project. It's probably not gonna be everybody's dream job. So yeah, that would be really hard to coordinate. Howdy, that Art Jack, how's it going? Ooh, says Punky Art Dog. How's it going? In fact, I'd argue that the bigger the studio, the bigger the budget, the less they care about and take risks on the less they care about and take risks. Yeah. Well, that's the thing where I think that taking risks on ideas is oftentimes, though, probably what makes the thing interesting and exciting to work on. Like, I bet you, again, this is just me pulling it out of thin air. I have nothing to back this up, but I would bet every single person who was working on with a Chance of Meatballs thought it was awesome. Because it's so silly and so stupid. And how would it not be fun to design the characters or anything about that? Like, okay, there's probably somebody in there who didn't love it. But let's be real. That would have been a joy to work on if you're into making movies and animating and doing whatever your job is, right? Assuming you like your job on some fundamental level. Something like that would just be fun, right? Like, am I crazy? Like, if you like, because it's out there and it's goofy and it's new and it's exciting and it's refreshing. It's not something that's going to be, yeah, even if you don't believe in it, yeah, of course not. Even if you don't believe in it, being a professional means still giving an honest effort, for sure. But we're also still human, and if you like a thing, it's going to be a heck of a lot easier to give it your all. And new idea is not the same as a good idea, right? Like, it's just it's easy to pick a new idea. You just pick something you literally haven't heard of. A new idea feels like it's the easiest thing in the world. There's a billion new ideas. You could, yeah, I don't know. I just, yeah. Philippe says, Dan Harmon, a producer, argues something very similar to your point. He suggests intentionally writing the worst, shittiest stuff possible instead of trying to come up with the best idea. Yeah, I mean, I think obviously you don't want the end result to be crappy, right? But that's where you allow the people who have the skills and expertise to work on things and build it and change it and make it work, right? The problem solving, where you say, here's a really weird thing, let's play with it. Let's make it into something good. Obviously, because I think when some people would hear what you just said, right? Like, intentionally write the worst thing, that doesn't mean you're shipping out the worst script ever, right? That means but it's the core, the basic idea, right? The initial premise can suck. It doesn't have to be great. Now, I'm not convinced that you'd want the worst script, but I think the idea doesn't have to be good. Right? Like, if you said, I'm going to write a Prison Break movie about a person who is wrongly convicted for, I don't know, stealing a lollipop in prison? Like, why would a lollipop thief get put in prison? I don't know. Make it work. Figure it out. That's fine. You don't need it doesn't have to be coherent. Do it. Like, you could make that work. It sounds stupid, sure, but, like, maybe that's part of the charm, is that, like, this person was not only wrongly convicted, but it was for the stupidest thing ever. And it was, not only was it stupid, it was a mistake. And so, like, what scenario could you create that makes that scenario plausible or somewhat like that's the fun, right? That's where I think you could make something as stupid as that work. Because I don't think the idea in that sense matters. Yeah, it's about getting started before having an end goal. Exactly. I think so. I don't know who this Dan Harmon person is, but I like them. Because they agree with me. I don't know producer or director's names. I don't know people's names. I don't know who this guy is, but he has a good head on his shoulders. He's Rick and Morty co-writer? Gotcha. I mean, yeah, that move. Look, that I was gonna say movie. That show, I actually never really got into it. I watched a little bit of it, but like, yeah, that is pretty much what I'm talking about, right? Like, it's stupid. It's stupid, funny, silly, and you can do pretty much anything, and you get to play, right? You're allowing the artists to play, and I feel like that is important. You're letting the artists be artists and not just cranking out. You're not just a machine, right? You're not just a cog in a machine. You're actually getting to make creative choices. And everybody, presumably, right, from people who do the writing to the designing to the everything, right? The way things are shown from the storyboard artists, everybody gets to play. It's not just, let's do the most basic, safe, cookie cutter thing and hope that you don't get fired or something. But, like, no, let's really push and yeah. Well, it's funny that if it's not all about the idea, why do have such few media objects so much of the market share? Like with Steam games, it's like 1% of the games earn. Well, so idea and execution aren't the same. You could have a great idea and terrible execution. You could have, I mean, in theory, and I kind of don't like the framework that idea is separate from execution, right? But since that's the way we're talking about this, right, as if they're totally separate things, you could have a great idea and a terrible execution. You could have an idea that on paper sounds like a knockout success, right? It could be in the most popular genre. It could appeal to the most people. It could just sound like a good idea on paper. But if you suck at it, if you make it bad, it's not going to be popular. I mean, it might be. I don't know. But again, being popular and making a lot of the money, I think, is separate, because you also have marketing, you have hype, right? I mean, a game can blow up. There's been games that have went from basically obscurity to overnight hits because big streamers play them, right? And so I think there's a difference between popularity and quality. Now, I think there's probably a correlation, right? Obviously, if the quality is so bad and it's not fun, right, and it doesn't meet the objectives of what a game in a certain genre or for a certain, also, like, the objectives can change, right? I mean, you can have things where a movie like The Room, right, is a bad movie by all metrics of what the movie was trying to be. It failed at all of its goals, but once it sort of got rebranded as a completely disaster and a joke of a movie or a spoof, and it basically got rebranded as the worst movie ever made, suddenly people kind of sort of enjoyed it in a weird masochistic way. Like, it got us, they made a movie about making the movie because it was so bad, right? Like, that's not really because the movie was good. Like, that's the culture shifted around it of, like, we're having fun with something stupid. So, like, I don't think something's actual success is necessarily the same as was it good, right? Like, I think success there's a lot of other factors. Marketing alone can make something successful. If you convince someone with a compelling story of why they need this thingamajig, you can sell anyone a thingamajig that is useless, and they will buy it if you can sell it well enough. Like, marketing's a big part of it. I mean, look, cheap crap sells all the time because more people buy it than the cost it takes to make it. And so you make cheap crap, convince people they need it, or put it in front of them enough, eventually people will buy it, and then job's done, right? Like, especially if you have a cheap marketing campaign, like a big streamer playing a game, a lot of games can blow up without necessarily. So yeah, I don't think arguing quality, I don't know, I feel like quality, I mean, again, this is where we get into, like, oh, well, art's objective and all that, but the product isn't the quality. The sale is? Well, only if you're defining it by that. I wouldn't. Because I still think people can, like, I don't think anyone would say even that Mecha Chameleon is, like, a super quality game. Or super well made, even. They probably would just say it's fun and it's maybe it's unique enough and it's different enough. There's sort of, it's like, I don't even know if it's the idea, but I mean, it's the whole thing, right? It's the whole package is interesting enough and novel enough. It's the idea could be stupid and it could still, like think about all those, like, W-LOP games where you're, like, controlling a weird wonky person. Is the idea good? No. Is the execution good? No. Like, what's good about that game despite it being blowing up? Well, I guess it was novel. It was unique. It was goofy. It was almost more like a meme. And I don't know, like, you kind of have to judge it based on the metrics of what the goal is, and if the goal is to be a meme, then you can't really take quality into account, because who gives a crap about quality? Like, it's really hard. Like, you can't just, I think the metrics change for everything based on what you're trying to do with it. I watched a whole playthrough of Baby Steps, and it's actually hilarious. Really bizarre form of comedy, but still hilarious. Yeah, I think a lot of those games, like, no one's arguing that they're well made. Like, this is where I kind of ramble about when I'm painting, right? About, like, having the pieces fit together. I don't think it really matters what you start with. I think you just need to make sure the pieces fit together. And I do think those games, the pieces fit together, right? If they're goofy, then they fit together in a goofy way, right? If they're meant to be goofy and frustrating, then they fit together in a way where the goofiness is still goofy and not ruined by the frustration. Like, you know, you want it doesn't really matter what the thing is. It just has to work on sort of a fundamental level, and that those fundamentals are going to change based on genre, based on what the actual theme is. So, like, yeah, I do think you can have silly meme games that are quote-unquote good because they do what meme games are meant to do. And then you can have things that are initially a failure, but once it gets branded as a meme, then it becomes a success, right? Like The Room, right? It's not... No one ever... When The Room was released and it was supposed to be a serious movie, no one was like, this is a good movie. They're like, this sucks. It's garbage. I'm going to turn it off. But it was so bad that its entire genre and its entire... Like, the entire... I don't know. It's really interesting, though. Because I think that can happen. I think that's what happens when... I don't know. I guess you can play with stuff. I don't know. It's interesting. It's definitely an interesting topic. I don't have my thoughts completely formulated, and I don't know... But it's definitely not the idea that made it. I think it's a lot of other stuff. I don't know. I don't know my thoughts on it. I'm sure there's some interesting stuff written on this topic from people who are in the industries, the various industries that concern themselves with it. But yeah. Oh, failed to save. It's if this message appears, basically I don't have enough memory to save. Let's merge things. Well, not that. Let's merge some stuff. Let's close some tabs. We already saved that, I think. I think I saved as I hit do not save. Probably not the best idea. It is well made, but not in the ways that we as artists typically value. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? I think every project is going to be different. It doesn't, like, for example, I might take a lot of the art I make very seriously, but if the thing isn't a serious thing, then you probably don't need to take it as serious in all the same ways, right? Certain things can be pushed, and I mean, this is where the art comes in, right? This is where artists doing art is a thing and not just production. And I think allowing people to make stuff in a way that allows them to be artists as opposed to... And not just... And obviously good artists, right? Again, not... I mean, I know it's hard to decide who's a good artist or not. And I'm sure this is a problem with being a producer. That would be very hard. I don't know. It feels a lot like... Again, I'm a little out of my depth here because I don't know the super behind the scenes. Feeling comfortable with, yeah, or just experimenting and taking your time and playing, and I realize when you're doing production and you're trying to make a movie, obviously you have timelines and deadlines and stuff that makes it hard to do all that. But I feel like this almost gets into like a work culture thing, like creating the space to confront ideas, or if your boss says do this and you're like, hey, that's a stupid idea, we should try it this other way because I don't think your idea is good, right? You shouldn't get punished for that. You should be rewarded for that, right? Like creating a work culture where you can play at work and have fun with ideas and build, and you do have a little bit of free time where you can try stuff that might not work. Like I feel like that's this kind of thing that makes for good art. And if you're making movies, you would think, obviously when you're trying to milk everything out of every movie, right, and get them absolutely every last penny out of something, then sure, maybe you're not going to create that environment, right, because you're sort of enshittified your entire work environment. But I think if you're actually trying to make good stuff, it does feel like you would want a good work culture where artists can do art. They can be the artists that you want them to be. And then you can trust them to do the thing that you are paying them for. And not trying to turn them into, I don't know, like a production pipeline too much. I mean, you still have to do that, right? When you have 1,000 people or more, multiple thousands of people working for you, all on the same project. Obviously, there has to be a pipeline and there has to be stuff. but not making everything so stretched so thin that you can't even, like, I don't know. It seems tough. I think you're discussing a problem that doesn't really exist, to be honest. Most productions allow the artist to make decisions and experiment with any given task. Yeah, that's good. It's more about what the project actually is and whether or not what they want to do. Experiment gets watered down over time by executive micromanaging. Well, the micromanaging is the not letting the artist be the artist, right? I mean, that is the problem I'm talking about. To some degree. I mean, maybe I was talking about it on a little bigger scope, but yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I think at scale, I'm just kind of talking through my own ideas because I don't really know. I obviously don't have experience working on anything that scale of like a big production that's just massive. I don't think that has anything to do with the idea. Well, yeah, no, I mean, I'm already arguing that I don't think the idea matters that much. But I think the execution does, and if you aren't giving the artist the breathing room to do what they want to make the execution good, right? Maybe it could be a deadline thing, it could be a direction thing, it could be like trying to micromanage stuff absolutely affects that process. That'd be like telling a writer they have to write a story from start to finish, and they can't write the ending first. They must write every chapter in sequence. That's not how that's micromanaging that process, right? I mean, maybe it's not quite that extreme, but presumably you would still have art directors who allow their artists to do art stuff, and the higher ups allowing the art directors to art direct. But you're still gonna get pressure that changes how that whole process is gonna work, right? Like, isn't that what you're talking about when you're saying getting watered down over time by executive micromanaging? Like, isn't that you're not allowing the process to be what it could be because of watering down by micromanaging by executives, by people who aren't actually doing the process. Breathing room's maybe the wrong word. Yeah, maybe the wrong word. Like, you do need people who keep scope in check, because infinite budget timeline can also lead to worse results because no one ever commits. Yeah. Fair. Fair. Yeah. I mean, it is a tough problem when you have enough people working on the same thing. Like, that's just a tough thing in general. Sounds to me like what they need is more funding of small projects with smaller teams. Sounds to me that's what needs to happen. More big money and small projects where you don't have a billion people all working on the same thing. I think I made all these shapes the same, and I don't like that. Smaller teams often don't have the resources to execute more crazy idea or high fidelity art. True. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's a tough problem. I'm not claiming I have the solution. Which can be good or bad, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a tricky thing. Ah! Hydrate, thanks. Yeah, I was mostly just talking through it, kind of, because I don't really know, but I do feel like there's a I don't know how this all got started, other than just me saying that I think the idea is overrated. That's basically all I was trying to... That was the only point I really believed in. All the rest was just me talking through, like, contingencies or not contingencies, like, random other examples and stuff. And, like, because there's always going to be examples where obviously the idea is really good, and that's what people will contribute to the success of a thing. But then there's also very clearly counterexamples where the idea sucked and it still was... People loved it. Because the execution was clear, like, you know. So I guess this all gets back to a rant that I gave a long time ago, where I think the whole framework of idea and execution is wrong, because I think the execution is where the idea comes to life. It's where that sort of, you like, if you're doing character design, right? Did you really have the idea when you started the project? You might have known they were a character who did a thing, they had a profession, they existed in a story, but until you started doing the work, you didn't really know what that idea looked like, right? You had a nugget of an idea, but the idea didn't really come to light until you started doing the work. So, like, the process is intertwined with the idea. I don't think you have, like, even if you're adapting, like, a book or something, you still don't know what all this stuff looks like. The idea behind the costume design might not be fleshed out, right? The way that you've directed it and shot every scene hasn't been figured out. Like, we still would consider some of that the idea. Yeah. If we're still talking about idea versus execution, the idea is just the initial... Yeah, I'm just repeating myself a little bit, because I just think the whole framework is wrong. And the initial idea, I think, is not that important. But by the end, it can be a really good idea. Yeah. We're just letting the term... Yeah, Sarah is right. I think we're just letting the term mean the initial idea. But that's funny, though, because when we judge a game and say, oh, but the game was a really good idea, right? Mecha Chameleon, the execution was meh, but the idea was really good. No, we're still talking about the end idea, right? Like, now we've shifted a little subtle sleight of hand in our language. Now we're talking about the full ending idea, the way that we think of it. And we're like, oh, but it was actually good. Well, doesn't that kind of mean the execution played a role? There was probably choices made along that process of making that game that kind of made it good. Like, that's part of the execution. Sure, there's things that we classically would think of as not great. There's weird clipping and there's weird stuff. In that situation, I would say the concept was good. I don't even know what that word means anymore. I don't know what any of this means. I'm lost. But yeah, maybe. Maybe. The concept was good. So is the concept the initial idea? Are we redefining words? Words are hard. What are we even doing? How do we word? Now, it is interesting, though. It's an interesting topic. I think it's interesting. The concept is the whole concept. Okay. So the concept's good. Okay. Because the other people used it just today to mean the idea. But yeah, I think you're right. I like the idea to... Concept is the whole thing. The gameplay mechanics, the why of why people would like it, the player interaction. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. I can work with that definition. But yeah, that's fair. That is fair. I don't feel like that's how most people use the word concept. They're like the concept of Hamilton. They're not really talking about the whole thing. The execution on all the... Right? Like... I don't... But that's fine. I can use your definition. I do like that definition. Because it is nice to be able to differentiate between, like, the choices and decisions that made the thing good or fun versus the initial starting idea. Which, again, yeah, that's fair. But we're just using a word that's so differently used than how most people would use it that I do feel like it's hard because, especially on stream when I'm just talking and if somebody hears me, I feel like I'm going to have to keep repeating what I mean by that word. Because that word is so... I feel like we've essentially just redefined it. Which is fine. But it's hard to talk about that in sort of a public way when I don't... Even when you define your terms, I still don't think people will all be on the same page. Concept is definitely a very broad word, yeah. But anyway, that doesn't really matter. We're just kind of rambling at this point anyway. But to try to bring this full circle, though, kind of what I was saying, though, this is basically a gigantic, long-winded, convoluted argument, or not even argument, way of making the point to just start. Just do it. Just start. Also, this is the worst tangent I've ever made. Look at that tangent. What a bad tangent. Yeah, so that's basically just a convoluted way of saying just start and don't worry too much about if the idea is perfect or great, because you can build it and make it good along the way. Now, obviously, if you're with a ginormous team and you're in charge of thousands of people, maybe the math doesn't math the same way, and suddenly you have to think about stuff and it's like, yeah, it doesn't quite work because it's bigger, it's more challenging. But I think when it's like your own stuff, I think just starting on things is important. That's all. Rant over. Does this tangent work now? Kinda? What if I go like that? Does that still qualify as a tangent? Does this, or not qualify, it doesn't matter if it qualifies, does it still, no, I don't think it, does it read as a tangent? I mean, does it confuse us? Does it break our brains? I think there's enough overlap it works. I don't know. Sarah says, or even a concept is a fundamental unit of cognition that classifies entities and encodes shared features. Concepts make it possible to form and combine ideas. See, that's more the initial idea, though. Like, draw inferences in reference to external objects. They act as the meaning of the words. But I think what we just that definition, though, is the more layperson's term. Like in Magic the Gathering, there is a concept that people talk about called card advantage. It's not a real part of the game. It doesn't actually matter in the truest sense of the game, but it's a concept because it helps people make choices and combine ideas and build decks. It's a way that you can approach many aspects of the game to help you use it as sort of a framework for decision making, right? So it's a very useful concept, right? I think there's the same in art. Art has lots of great concepts, right? Tangents. I was talking about tangents is another concept. It's a way to make ideas it helps you. It's like that, yeah. It's a shared feature. It encodes shared features. Draw inferences and refer to external objects. They act as the meaning of words and play a critical role in many cognitive processes, like decision making for art. It can include the initial idea, but it's not all exclusive to that. Fair. Okay, that's fair. That is a fair way to say it. Yeah, it's definitely not only the initial idea. That's true. And if we're talking about like a gameplay concept, we don't know when that came about, right? A lot of times you establish interesting gameplay ideas and concepts later in the process as you try things and they don't work as well. But yeah, anyway, good discussion, good chat, good talk. Yeah. I think I get what you were saying now. I think I was confused a little bit, which happens from time to time, especially after a longish stream. Oh, dang, speaking of a long stream, I'm a little over time. Also, if anybody subbed or did anything today... Also, I'm still on this screen, aren't I? No, I'm not. Never mind. I thought I was still on the rant screen. Is style a missing concept in this topic? Style? Style is a concept. I don't even know if it's a useful concept, though. Don't get me started on the... I could rant about style. I think style is a useless concept, kind of. Maybe not useless, but I don't think it typically has a place in this conversation. To me, style is just the output of all the choices, or it's like a pattern that emerges. It's like not to use big fancy words, but it's like an emergent pattern of all of your inputs and choices and anything that you do that creates a mark or I'm not talking about VizDev style. I mean like personal style. Yeah, personal style. I'm not talking about like a Disney style or VizDev style. Yeah, I'm definitely talking about personal style. But yeah, to me, like your personal style is like the output of all of the things that you do. That's how I think about style. Personal style, not VizDev style. Obviously, finding a style, finding a look for a thing is absolutely important if you're trying to make a cohesive project, and trying to figure out what that looks like based on what the goals are, like, is absolutely important. But that is different than being like, this is my style, or like when you look at someone's art and be like, that looks like your art. That is different. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, no, I'm not saying style's more important than idea. No, not at all. I don't think the style matters. Not much at all. Now, obviously, if your style is defined by, like, sloppy care to design or other things, then, like, yeah, if you don't know... If you have consistently bad design and that makes it into your style, then yeah, obviously style is going to be a hindrance, but... No, I'm not talking about that. I don't think style plays a part in what I'm saying. In sort of my overarching premise. Also, I feel like a lot of my shapes are the same size. Do I like that? Yeah, no, I don't think style is important for this conversation. Yeah, I mean, if you have... Because I think style is a combination of the good, the bad, your tools, your motives, your everything, right? It's literally just a combination of everything where if I make 100 pieces of art, the stuff that you can find a pattern in, that's what you would call my style. The stuff that is consistent enough, whether it's the way that I set up my composition, it could be the funky way that I draw my ellipses that are slightly off. It could be the brushes that I prefer. Maybe I switch different mediums in every painting. So maybe it's not a medium thing. Maybe it's how I design light and shadow. If that's changing everything. If that changed every time, maybe it's my tastes. Maybe it's the subject matter that makes... Style's gonna be different. Like, to me, it's just like an emergent pattern. I don't think it really matters. Now, I think everybody wants to, like... you to look at their art and be like, I know who made that. That's your style, right? Everybody wants their own personal style, but yeah, I don't know. That's not really a. I don't really want to ramble too much about that. I could ramble about that another time if somebody wants to bring it up, but probably not. No, I think there's a. I could see the connection. Because if you're talking about style as an output and we're talking about the end product, it makes sense that there would be a connection there. In fact, there's probably, and I'm just speculating, but there are probably people who had never really thought about their style until they sort of got popular, and then they started leaning into that thing, and it made them worse. I'm thinking like big movie directors or something, where like you have like the Michael Bays or whoever, people noticed a thing about their work, like, oh, this person really likes explosions, or this person really likes lens flare, and then that person feels like they have to justify the thing, and then they either make a point of doing it more, or like now they're so aware of it, it's like, do you lean into your look when even if it's not called for? Like, it doesn't. I can imagine that it hurting people because they probably didn't think about it before. They probably just did what they felt was right based on their knowledge of their craft, right? But then once it sort of defines them, it's like, okay, well now it's hard to sort of experiment outside of that because there's an expectation, and like that's not good. My guess is that a lot of those like big name people who have styles never really thought about it until they had the name for themselves. They probably just made the thing they thought in the way they thought would be good, right? If they want to make a good movie, it doesn't matter what style it's in. Like that's, I mean, not, sorry. It doesn't matter what your personal style is. Art style and stuff probably matters in the sense that you have to figure it out, especially when you have a lot of people on the same project. But even not, you still need to know what... Yeah, anyways. Obviously, style matters in that sense. But yeah, anyway. I don't really like the topic of style, to be honest. I think it's... mostly because I think it's a thing that people focus on as like a... Like, early artists like to focus a lot on it. And I just don't think it's the thing worth focusing on. Sort of misdirection, in a way. But anyway, I digress. I'm rambling. I do like where this painting's going. I have a hunch I'm going to look at it later, though. And there's going to be stuff that I don't like about it. I'm trying to break up some of these shapes, but I'm not doing a very good job at it. All right, do we end stream here? Do we take a break? Call it a day? Wrap up this painting? Maybe we add some little details back here that are really tiny. Probably not that. That looks weird. Maybe little tiny shapes up here. Yeah, I don't want to go too too small, but I also feel like some small details are important to just break up some of these big shapes. We really do have a lot of big shapes. Like, what if I went like this? Something like that could work, where we just kind of are drawing these lines down here. Some cracked shapes. Add a little bit of juicy details. Just not much, but just enough to kind of... Yeah, just add some visual shapes. Just add some shapes around here. Oh, that's not a good... That's a tangent. There we go. Something like that. Maybe not that shape. I don't know. Kind of like that. I mean, I normally am not a huge, like, detail person, but this is kind of fun to sort of add these little cracks and stuff. Maybe we can even put some greenery in them. Again, maybe it's too small to notice. Like some detail. Yeah. I think the detail can be interesting. And obviously want to keep it toned down, right? You don't want to go so crazy with it that... I don't know. Like, does that work? Can we tell what that is? I kind of like this more zoomed in. Like that, yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I'm focused on. Yeah, this stuff I'm still not totally sure on all that. But yeah, you might be right. I think you probably are. We'll see. I mean, the nice thing about... You know what's funny? The nice thing about posting stuff online, especially on something like Instagram, is that you can have zoomed in versions and then you can have zoomed out versions, and like you sort of get to test, right? And so like I could make this my profile, not profile picture. I could make this the image that you would click on Instagram, and then when you click on it, you can see the larger version if you wanted, right? It doesn't really matter if, at least to me, I don't think it matters too much. Like you can make it a thumbnail. You can make your thumbnail whatever you want. It doesn't have to be the whole image. And maybe the thumbnail is better than the whole image. I don't know. Yeah, maybe the zoom in is just better. GG, thanks for the stream, chilling nice. I'll visit again. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Hope you have a wonderful day. Hope everybody has a wonderful day. And I swear we are going to raid someone. Rocky structures here. We could probably even have some little chunks taken out. Maybe that's too much, but probably not. That's actually would probably make it look a lot better. Like this. It's probably not really where I need to put the focal point, or not the focal point, the details, but to me it's doing something. I guess a lot of these details are making me understand the form a little bit because I'm forced to think about it. Right, you can't really make a crack along the edge here without understanding the plane changes. And so you're kind of being forced to think about this stuff. And in doing so, like this, for example, what is this shape? Where's the overhang here? Is this an overhang? And so yeah, it kind of forces you to start thinking about things. There. Because, yeah, they definitely help define form. Maybe we can repeat some of these shapes from here, over here. But a little off in distance, so they're a little smaller. Anyway, something like that. And now... Yeah, I still don't know what's going on here, and I feel like I put the least amount of decision-making in this part, which is probably why it sucks. It's the worst part of the painting, because the one part I haven't really focused on. Maybe there's like a weird cracked, like a clock or something. No, a stained glass window. Or stained glass window. No, probably not. I mean, we could. It'd be kind of cool, but no, I don't think we want to go that. I don't know what I want to do here. I think it's okay just left as is for now. We don't have to solve it today. I do like it, though. I like what I've done with this painting, for the most part. I think we've made a lot of choices on it, and a lot of pushing it forward into a place that is a little different than probably where we expected to end up. But yeah. Thanks for being here, everybody. I appreciate it. I think this is where we end stream. And, yeah. Hope everyone has a good rest of their day. It kind of feels like an observatory. Yeah, it does feel like something like that. Yeah. I could see that. Doing like a bit of a... one of those... A big telescope? No. Something. Philippe Brandt, I appreciate it. Take care. Take care, everybody. Hope you all have a good rest of your week and weekend. I'll be here on Saturday, so. But yeah, more painting Saturday. Probably won't work on this. I don't know what I'll do on Saturday. We'll see. I might actually work on this later today, too. Not on stream, but off stream. Just to kind of finish it up. See where it goes. But yeah, take care. See y'all. And have a good rest of your